Throughout history, few were given the power to control the destiny of their fellow man. Tribal chieftain was a powerful shape.
Information. The first principle of warfare must form the foundation of all your efforts. Know of course thine enemy, but in knowing him, do not forget above all to know thyself. The commander who embraces this totality of battle shall win, even with the inferior force.
If I determine the enemy's disposition of forces while I have no perceptible form, I can concentrate my forces while the enemy is fragmented. The pinnacle of military deployment approaches the formless. If it is formless, then even the deepest spy cannot discern it, or the wise make plans against it.
And each new frontier has brought new ways and new places to die. Why should the future be different?
exist to be consumed, and consumed they will be, if not by this generation, then by some future. By what right does this forgotten future seek to deny us our birthright? None, I say. Let us take what's ours.
First triad of victory, for it combines mobility, flexibility, and initiative. Superior training and superior weaponry have, when taken together, a geometric effect on overall military strength.
War is war. Destruction is destruction. You think this is obvious, but war is not destruction, it is victory.
We shall take only the greatest minds, the finest soldiers, the most faithful servants. We shall multiply them 1,000-fold and release them to usher in a new era of glory.
So it looks like everything is up and going. So we got about halfway through the game. Currently on turn 250. A little bit less than half actually. 270 would be the exact half. We have current score of 1777, with the Hittites close behind, kinda at 1220. All I really need is like one really good war against I don't know, like Korea or someone. They could probably get caught up. But that's the tiebreaker. We're hoping to win long before we have to worry about things like that. As far as culture, technically the Byzantines are doing a little bit better for one city. As far as entire civilization, we are beating them by a substantial amount, as we should, considering how much more land we have. And culture, you know, not too bad. You can see a bunch of the unfortunate souls that did not live to make it even to the industrial era. And even those that did, there's no guarantees. Especially if you're in my warpath. So, China is still alive, barely. Egypt is dead. Spain died. Well, maybe actually, they might still be alive. Yeah, that's right, they're still alive. Just barely. They only have like a couple cities. I've let them live so far. Germany died, somehow not by our hands. They escaped to a single city and then were killed by the Aztec. Sumeria's doing relatively well. They tried declaring war on us. They sent some troops. Unfortunately, we were only knights, and we were already, well, getting into, like, riflemen. We already had tons of cavalry built, and in our case, puts us at a massive advantage compared to other civs. And we're already starting to get towards tanks, I'm pretty sure. Mongolia was the first victim. We desired horses, and they were too close. We went to war with them like super early on too. Like it was a 50-50 kind of toss-up with maybe like 55-45 really, but we had one archer and we had to take out a warrior. I can't remember if it was a settler that we took out as well. I think it was. I don't think I allowed them to plant. I could be wrong. It's been a while now. Zululand is just about dead, if not already. Might still have like a settler somewhere. France, we killed off. They were alive for quite some time. They had like no culture really, because they had no city. They were just sitting there waiting for an opportunity, and it came and passed so many times. They were just stuck in a little galley, so they couldn't get very far very fast. The Inca died. We actually had nothing to do with that. That was all, I think it was Sumeria, China, maybe Japan, and the Hittites. And then the Byzantines have just been kind of chilling. They've been our allies a little bit against Sumeria. I just did an alliance with them to keep Sumeria at bay and not mess with my plans. Why should I fight stragglers that are of no consequence to me anyway, when I can focus all my forces on capturing more lands and resources? And then Greece is kind of just chilling. Greece, unfortunately, all the way over here. They didn't have a chance. Like, actually didn't have a chance. They don't have iron, they don't have coal, they don't have anything. Like, even if you rushed, the best you could try and do is get navigation, just so you can get the caravel and come across, or take a chance and try and move galleys across. If you can't somehow get a Great Lighthouse, which would have been essential for them. But even then, you had like Egypt right here that probably would have just moved up and claimed all this. Let's see, that's Hittite. Let's take a look and see. Zululand is surprisingly still alive. I mean, they're massively behind. We went to war with them, we took a bunch of their stuff. They're, basically a non-threat. They probably have a settler somewhere, like on a ship. I got some privateers out and about searching the seas for any stragglers. That's what we used to kill the French off finally, but having to go to war. Actual pirate galleys here. Yeah, I don't think the Zulu have a single city. Probably go to war with Spain here just in a moment. Claim all that land. Currently we're getting ready to take on Korea. Korea's going to be much, much harder. They're going to be heavily entrenched. They are not entirely fully industrialized in the sense that they have a whole lot of cities at max potential just yet. I don't even know if they have anything that's particularly useful to us either. Dyes, maybe. Do we have dyes? We don't have dyes. So yeah, dyes, and then we only have one other luxury that we do not have our hands on, which is incense, which we will have to go through the Hittites to get. I think they're literally the only ones that even have incense. There. Samaria somehow lost that city. Spain is at war with Sumeria for reasons. So I'm going to have to kill Spain if Sumeria starts sending troops. It seems unlikely, though. Okay, Sumeria is currently at war with the Byzantines and China still. But no one else. No one else is at war. We're not at war. Just checking real quick. And Zululand's kind of just barely alive. I actually don't mind if they try and land and do something, because then I could just declare war and take them out. Which is part of the reason why they haven't yet. So I'm going to keep an eye out and make sure that Sumeria doesn't send anything out. We're going to buy a couple of items. We have tons and tons of gold. We don't have domination as a victory condition. So other than just claiming more land and keeping other civs from trying to plant anywhere. Here's Korea with a settler. Like that. Like that. So they might be trying to go plant over there, which would be annoying, but it's not as big of a threat as it could be. I might be able to take a little bit more here. Not going to be super helpful. That'll at least give us wells. We have lots of armies. We can also produce armies at this point. So we got a really, really strong military. The only question is, how far away are we from tanks? 2 turns. We're 2 turns away. Okay, and do we already have oil connected? We have oil, we have rubber, we got tons of coal, tons of saltpeter. We didn't have saltpeter anywhere near us starting out. We only had horses, which we had to take by force to the city. That was very important that we do that. And I think it was this city that we built. Yeah, it was this city that we had to build. And then Spain declared war on us for some odd reason. We got France to be our friends. Then France declared war on us with a sucker punch. Kinda. They just outright attacked us with a horseman. I think that was a mistake by the AI. Because I know it's something that happens with the galleys from time to time. Or ships passing through. And I did notice a couple of times. Might have been like the only time I may have checked something, just because I was curious if they were attacking my ship on purpose or not. I cannot remember if it was this game or maybe some game I played offline. Can't remember every single turn, but I think for the most part, except for maybe like one portion, it's been pretty much kind of like an Iron Man type. Because I'm not re-rolling for combat and stuff, specifically. Unless it was just something, like I wanted to test something. So the Hittites have all kinds of troops. They're going to be very, very annoying. They are by far the strongest military other than us. And then Korea is maybe exceptionally annoying to take over. But the railroads will help improve and make things worse. Substantially worse. So it's kind of a weird situation. Not super weird, but they're just hanging on to all these troops. And I don't know if I have treaty with them. I do not have a rite of passage. So I could have them declare war on me and then just attack. But I'm trying to build up forces and get things kinda semi going the right way by getting roads and stuff built. So that way if I do have to defend over here, I can actually move troops pretty fast over there. I have movement animations turned off. Specifically just because we're kind of to the point where everything's going to take forever. I usually just have it turned off in general. Interesting. Okay, so let's see. We have a courthouse. I guess another thing to build is a police station. We'll at least go one turn and then buy it. The price will reduce. Usually by enough, it's worthwhile. Doggos might be going at it every so often. I'll just have that basically just pump out workers. It's not going to be super good for a while. Now, let's see. We had Japan popping in. Japan's not at war with anyone else, right? Or are they? No, they don't seem to be. Unless... They are. I imagine they have most of their empire railroaded by this point. Maybe not fully connected, but mostly. All the more reason I need to like conquer Korea if I can, without long before they get anyone else to declare war on me. And 4. Improve it a bit. Yeah, that doesn't reach. Shouldn't need that many cavalry units here. I need more up here. And not just to take out Spain. The Hittites and the Byzantines possibly have like, I don't know, 20 to 40 units up there, potentially. So I need to make sure I can counter that. And what I don't know is whether or not they have cavalry. I know they should have the ability to make them, but they do not have horses. Hittites just kind of chilling here. Makes me a little uncomfortable. Tau. Oh yeah, that's right. We can have a fourth one, can't we? They want to leave troops on my borders. Or leave threats on theirs. Okay. We now have mobilized transportation. Harbor. Go for a factory, I suppose. Might swap over to a police station, depending on how bad corruption is. Oops. What was it? I gave the wrong thing to Bob. Okay. This will give us attack 16, defense 8. I'm going to keep producing some supply from anything that will not produce a tank in like 2 or less. So we're pumping infantry out. Oh, that's 1. Yeah, we'll just take tanks. Damn. Pumping out 1 tank a turn. Yeah, I guess they're all around the same cost, aren't they? We'll build that, and then we'll shift over to tanks. Okay, we're going to build that, and then go back to building armies. They're just standing there. Alright, getting ready. We're going to do a very minor conquest. Just take these cities. Be done with it. Okay, they're moving their forces out. Spain. I'm not going to trade you that at all. I gotta wait for 5 turns anyway. Alright, the cathedral. Let's see. Hospital. Go into a police station. We're pretty good on happiness so far there. This could probably hit, like, what? Possibly 24 once I get everything going. So yes, block them out. Tank and stab. So much prep. By this point, the turns start becoming a bit of a slog. I don't think there's any way for me to check the real sets that we have on this one, but I think I had accelerated production turned off, perhaps? Just based on how long I'm supposed to produce some of these items. That and buy this. Let's see. Hasn't been a turn yet for that. Oops. 32. Yeah, we'll skip 3 turns. Also. Alright, so then from here, we will swap over to police station. Lines for 17, sure. Wait for that. Can't afford it. Okay, well, it's the Sumerians. Zulu. And, I don't know, Spanish. Okay, so they got their hands on horses. What the hell just happened? Oh. Is it because they moved their capital? So they're doing a deal with someone to get iron and horses. Might be Hittite. 24. No. I want 30. 30 gold per turn. Okay, I think we should at least go for courthouse and police stations down here. maybe a little bit of entertainment if we have to, but mostly just go into economic buildings. That helps substantially. I'm not going to focus too much on roads down there. Just a few, just so we can get troops down there if we absolutely have to. Oh, Samaria. Ah, it was hard for me to tell, but Samaria actually popped in over here. Huh. Well then. They give me a crumb. No, they won't. They'll give me nothing for the alliance. Makes them polite, though. And then they just don't want to at all. Hey, China. No, I don't even have an alliance with you. Or an embassy. I don't even have an embassy with you. Huh. Alright, let's go ahead and do that. They are building a warrior. They have nothing. They have no resources. You know what? I want them to exist as they are. Nah. Hey, Aztec. Okay, you're annoyed with this. You want to go to war with Samaria? How about if I give you some, like, I don't know, ivory? Give me a worker. No. Gold mount. No. Territory. No. Sure. They're both the same color, so it's like, I guess it would make sense that Samaria conquered the city. And we're here to liberate you. Yeah, that's it. We're liberators of this city. And then they lose a ship. Just one ship. We'll hang out. Unfortunately, there's not a city to take advantage of that. They could abandon that and then move it over one, maybe. Well, let's do that. It has nothing anyway. We'll move it over like there. If I could set like rally points for particular cities, it'd be nice. Might be a way. I'm just not aware of it. I wonder if they go and attack that other Spanish city. It'd actually be doing me a favor. Now at least he got wounded. Nope, they're gonna try and take back the city, I guess. They have no chance, but... why does China like this so much? I may have traded them a tech that they really needed. Maybe that's what it was. I can't remember. Build a hospital real quick. Courthouse. Okay, so we do have aqueduct. Let's go to the city and then make it into a moneymaker. Whoops. I don't need him to be in guard mode. It's just a worker. Everyone flying all over the place. I'll go ahead and get set up. May as well take out the Spanish now. I think we only have like maybe a turn or two left of the passenger ride. I wanted to see if this will work. Oh, nice. So I can still use this like a road and then build a road on top of it. It's one of the changes they made through one of the expansions. I don't remember which one. It was Play the World or Conquest. But I do remember base Civ 3 did not have the ruined cities. Instead, it would replace the city with an actual, like, normal portion of road. So this was the thing that was added later. I remember that. Oops. Yeah, so I'll split like that. Army has is not being created just yet. We are getting closer to another one. I'll probably just keep making armies out of the supply so I can have every single tank available for upgrade. We can move this entire stack of like 5 and add it on to somewhere. Definitely within bounds for that. Like 3 more turns. Damn. Have to be honorable for a bit longer. In China. Three, 4. Okay. I'm going to be producing infantry from now on. You know what? Stock exchange and then infantry. I suppose we could also start going towards guerrilla eventually, but not yet. Because we can upgrade guerrillas into What was it? Like an anti-tank thing. I forget what. Alright, messed up. Where's the... There it is. Not waiting 45 turns for 1 unit. Okay, so there's one knight. I know they have a boat somewhere, I just don't know where. So much corruption. Okay, build that. And instead, we're going to have you build a harbor and then a courthouse. It's the bigger the population we can get, usually the more money we can get from them. It's gonna be a bit slow. Unfortunately, we're kind of in the lull of everything. Gotta do a bunch of prep work, gotta wait for certain treaties to expire, so we can honorably eliminate our foes. Just trying to grab a drink. It's like right there. My fingers. It's the last can if I roll a 12-pack I keep behind my chair just for easy access. Everyone's hanging out on my border. Alright, so clearly they have rubber somewhere. That's their saltpeter. Oil. Where is the rubber? Are they buying rubber from someone, maybe? Maybe that's what's going on. I'm gonna call up the Hittites just because I'm curious on where they are in tech. We have mass production. So we are almost 2, so we're definitely 2, but maybe almost 3 techs. It's also amphibious warfare, which... not necessary. I don't think anyone just has a single like this. This would be where it's absolutely necessary to have amphibious. If you're trying to wipe out someone or clear out a particular section of the map. If there's an one by one island, there's no other way to attack it and like actually capture it without having Marines. But otherwise, Marines, they're not bad, but there's not too much point to having them otherwise. Just kind of sad. They're actually kind of cool, but they're much more useful in Archipelago. Now I'm going to have to keep in mind there are cities, so I'm going to have to keep somewhat large garrisons around them. But once we have this entire half, then it's just a matter of direct-to-direct warfare. And especially if I can turn enough of everyone else against them, even if they fall, those are forces that are tapped for however many turns. So I could turn, I don't know, Japan, the Byzantines, the Aztec, China I would stagger before I turn them. Because even if they turn against me, it's not that big of a deal. They're so far behind, they're not really going to do much. And then maybe Sumeria if they don't get wiped out. Which I'm actually surprised that it's taking this long between the Byzantines and Sumeria. The Byzantines, I think, are more technologically advanced, but the Sumerians would probably have had a larger standing army. And there's just enough natural border to slow down advancing forces. That was probably a Sumerian. I'm pretty sure that was Sumerian originally, and Byzantines took it over. And I've been managing to hold it somehow. So they gotta be funneling troops up there. Slow going, but at least we have tanks. So unless Korea does a trade, they shouldn't have any cavalry. They should be quite a ways away from having tanks. Just get and check on them. Okay, so I think everyone's lacking mass production, right? They're behind a little bit further. Aztec should be behind a bit more. Still electronics. Trade. Sure. And Zululand still has no city. I don't even know where the heck their boat is. If I could find it, I could probably snipe them with the privateers. It's not terribly important to me, so... Oops. I keep pressing N instead of M. Oops. I wanted to put him on that square. I think we have like 2 more turns, then we can go against Spain. There's some out there. I don't think I have anything against Korea right now. Tried you out. Oh, I do have some active trade, so I do have to wait. You're trading dies. Now they get showed how many turns are left. About 5, 6. Japan's trying to hunt down the last of the Zulu. They are now modern. Okay. So we got fission. So it's actually not that bad. Yeah, I guess we'll go for rocketry. Into synthetic fiber. Go into satellites. And I think that'll be our path. We got uranium. With this much land, we ought to... I'd be very disappointed if somehow we didn't have uranium. We have modern. Now we can just get modern armor. We are set. There will be nothing that can stop us. Not even superior air power with the amount of production we got. Let's see, courthouse. Oh, already had selected. That's fine. Wait, how close was that? Did we already have uranium where we were first starting? Alright, harbor for you. Yeah, that's corruption. Not that bad. Get our currency up a little bit more. Might be a ship somewhere up here instead, too. I have no idea where that last Zulu is. Once the last settler is taken out, one way or another, they will be gone. Modern is like one of the biggest jumps you can get in attack and defense capabilities. It is night and day. It's like right now we have access to tanks and supply. Tanks 16-8 with movement of 2. Once we get to modern armor, it jumps all the way up to 24-16. There's also a thing called mech infantry and regular infantry, which we currently have infantry as soon as I can find it here or there. Defense 10, attack 6, mech infantry 18, 12, and they can also move 2. And right now, supply, which are about to become obsolete, only attack 3, defense 3, but very good for what they are. So I will be converting the remaining armies that I get built into supply, so I can have all of my tanks available for upgrades whenever we get to that point. Just so we have that much more of an edge. Single. So, you will automatically swap into the next era as soon as you get all the required techs. So the required techs for modern is electronics, motorized transportation, mass production, and flight. Once you hit all of these, well actually it's just flight, motorized transport, because you're going to need mass production for that anyway, electronics. Once you get those 3, you just automatically roll into it. You can still research anything else you want. Like if you wanted to, you could research ironclads. It's kind of pointless at that point because destroyer. But you could if you wanted to. Just like if I wanted to come all the way back here and research democracy. I'm not going to, but I could. You can go through all the ages and not have literature, republic, and monarchy. Likewise, you don't need free artistry, printing press, chivalry, music theory, democracy, economics, navigation. Even military tradition isn't required. I mean, it would be kind of weird conceptually. We managed to get from the ancient era all the way to having tanks. We don't know how to read. We barely know how to write. Literature? What's that? We only produce manuals. Who needs things like fiction? You know, it is possible to see spearmen against tanks because China, last time I checked, in their capital over here, they were producing warriors still. And it's definitely a thing that's going to happen with the Greeks. They have no iron. They have no iron. They got screwed over. So we will be going against actual hoplites if we decide to invade, which we totally could. I just have to build a small navy. Just like maybe one transport ship, just in case there's privateers out, like a destroyer, and then like 2 or 3 transports. That's all I would need, especially with tanks. So many things, so little time. Right now we're just doing a lot of prep work. We're waiting for our treaty to expire with the Spanish. We declared war on the Sumerians. They conquered Zaragoza, which was the capital. This is now the Spanish capital. So we're at war with these guys. I made a deal with the Byzantines that will keep them at war with them for like another 20 turns. Yeah, we'll just skip it there. I got the one transport ship, just in case I decide to, because they declare war on me or something weird. And then I abandoned this city and moved it up just a little bit, so we can make use of this gold if it goes on long enough. Bombers versus warriors. Yeah. You know what's really funny? If you start like airdropping like swordsmen or something like that into a city. Could you imagine that? Like, here comes this B-52, or this big cargo jet, carrying a small army, and they're just popping up with swords. We're ready to defend the city! I don't need to worry about air defense just yet. Not just yet. I think it's kind of funny that at this point in the game is immediately starts telling you, hey, you should have air defense, because that will be the default thing every new city will tell you that they want to build first. It's like, look, the air is dangerous, yes. I'm more concerned about the tanks rolling in uncontested. But the Japanese are still at war with Zulu. Only ones they haven't made peace with. We're able to produce some tanks between 2 to 1 turn. So I gotta wait for our treaty our trade deal to expire with Korea. I already denied the first one. So the Germans would have had uranium. I don't think any of our starting cities would have. The Mongols would have had uranium, but we would not. Actually, how many things of uranium do we have? 3. We have at least 3. Okay. Possibly more. That's just not connected. Also, the Manhattan Project. You know, for culture. Clearly just for culture. We don't intend on using it. I can probably start using it once we're ready to take on the rest of the world, but I have to be careful until then. I could just start stockpiling now. I'll probably just build it in like maybe 2 cities, 3 at most, probably. Now it's just a single one. It's 2. Starting to build up quite a few doom stacks. Army, let's bring it up here. That's 1. Got some elites. 2, 3, 4. Fun thing about armies, you get free 2 squares of vision, I think regardless of terrain. Okay. So I thought it is within the square. Just kind of blocking the way. Alright. Are we free? We got one more turn. One more turn. And they are furious. There's like maybe 6 units tops that I'm aware of for the Zulu. Okay, the peace treaty is over. I just have to do the declaration of war. Do that for a little bit more money. Quite a bit of corruption, even with the courthouse, so... Police station. Yeah, that's fine. We need more money so we can afford more troops. Oops. Keep pressing N by accident. Wish it was like Shift N or something for the command. But no. Did it again. Oh hey, more uranium. They have enough uranium. Could be playing Uranium Fever. Actually, what? Because I've never really cared to to look at it, just out of curiosity. Uranium, what does it provide? +2 shields, +3 commerce. Soon. It'll be a while. But maybe we'll see it this before the end of the game. Well, that was easy. Chance it gets destroyed, but maybe not. Got destroyed. Last defender. I like how they were resisting. We need entertainers to be happy. Oh, the Empire's destroyed? Never mind. We're fine. You know what? Send 2 tanks over here. I really don't care about the city, but I'm going to build right there just to plug up that spot, so I don't have to worry about someone else like the Hittites or someone. It's not even within the radius. No, it's not. What were they thinking, giving the Germans uranium right there? That could have been bad. Well, I think we found the Zulu. It's still over half. Build a hospital, then police station, and then we'll go into like commercial dock and stuff. The Germans would have had like 2 things of uranium. It's crazy. Hold on. Yeah, I guess it's fine. Place. Resistance has ended. Okay, so gotta wait for them to unload, and then we can probably declare war on them. I think that's the only ship that they have. Temple, aqueduct, marketplace even. Maybe it already had the aqueduct in the marketplace. How to have. much infantry do we got? Like one? One infantry guy. Just those two units. We're looking here. We can get one more for expansion. Berlin? New Berlin. It's kind of funny. Depending on how fast they cut down that jungle. Because... how much longer we got? 3 more turns. Three more turns before chaos. And then we gotta move as quickly as we can to capture as much land. It might have to take a couple of wars, but if I can, I'd like to do it all in one big war. Preferably. Yeah, before chaos ensues, because depending on how the relationship is with everyone else, and how fearful they might be against me, they might get other nations involved. The entire goal is to try and capture as much of this land as possible. If I can take all the Korean land, then I'll have to worry about a little bit of Aztec, a little bit of Hittite here and here, one Byzantine city that shouldn't have too much in the way of defenders. And I can focus all my forces in one big push and leave like a small reserve guard to take these cities out if I need to. I'm going to try and angle it so the Aztec, the Byzantines, the Sumerians, even if they're not wiped out, and then I'll stagger the Chinese and the Japanese as well against the Hittites. If I can fracture their forces, I should be able to start breaking through enough, and that'll cause all kinds of problems for them. One, they will not have those cities, so they will lose out on tons of commerce. They won't have the unit support, regardless of their government type. And I won't have to deal with nearly as many forces if they're being attacked from all angles, because they will have to defend, or otherwise they're going to start losing cities everywhere else. And then I can turn against everyone else afterwards. That's the plan, anyway. It's probably going to be like 60 turns from now, something like that, depending on how things go. But there is indeed a chance we can do everything nice and smoothly. The less powers involved, the better. Plus there's some free units and stuff. And better yet, if he keeps those units there, I could probably have him initiate the war against me, so I maintain all of my reputation. I could wait for them to plant, so might possibly have taken a to take a city. And again, if I attack before they do plant, that's 2 workers guaranteed. 2 slave workers. I think I'll just take the slave workers. It's not like the city would be very useful to begin with. It's just there to generate more money. Let's see. Marketplace, marketplace. Bank. Bank. Flax are pretty useless, which is why I'm not building them just yet. They're mostly good for anti-air defense. You only get 6 defense. Attack of 1, movement of 1. And then here, it's the same thing, except they can move 2, and the air defense is slightly better. There goes our pirate. Oops. Yeah, he was a cheap unit. What's nice about the pirates that you can produce, the privateers, is that no one technically knows what nation they are, so you can attack naval units without having to provoke war. Which is why I started building some to like take out France and stuff, since they were just down to like 1 galley with a settler. That's the only real use that I have for them, really. You can just go around and mess with people. There's a chance that there's like 1 other ship out there, but just to be safe. We'll just go ahead and take out this guy. We can just take out whoever's left afterwards. In our territory. Okay, and now they're gone. That's what I thought. So any forces they had remaining are also gone. They had like a pikeman or something like that, like right around here. doing that. Who was it? Wasn't Bob this time. Regular worker. Nice, looks like we're getting one from there. I could probably get another one here. And possibly there, depending on how much more growth we get. Alright, that should cause the Japanese to start sending their forces back. They don't have any land or settlers around, so... Oops. Anyone else to drop down here? Stack of 2. Just leaving our armies here to flex a little bit on them, since they're leaving these small stacks against us. That one was already loaded. Let's see. This one's not. Okay, so now we have a straight shot there. So I need to stack more units here just for safety. Yeah, that's not within our square, is it? Guy over there, just a little bit extra safety. moving a lot of troops to the northern cities. Might be a lot more resistance than I was hoping for. Let's see, aqueduct. Oh yeah, we can build ironworks there. Oh, we already have the aqueduct. Okay, that's nice. Good, good. So this is a very special wonder that you have to meet very particular criteria for. You have to have iron and coal within the little X of the city. You have to have both. And there's a chance that regardless of what map you're on, you don't even get a combination that would even give you the opportunity to, so. It is a completely randomized chance you can even do it. Build a bank. A little bit more commerce if we can. Okay, that's done. I'll put it. Yeah, boats aren't overly complicated. So, like, for the most part, all you have is galleys and caravel to deal with early on, unless you're Byzantine, in which case you have the best galley you could possibly get with a lethal bombard. There's no reason to engage. You don't have to engage. I think you get defensive bombard too. So you can just sit there and just keep spamming bombard on a ship and kill it. You can also bombard land units, but it won't kill them. You can take them all the way down to red. So once you hit an entire stack down to red, you gotta start attacking with your troops. But, like, ships aren't overly complicated until you start getting towards modern and late industrial. It's like here, this is the only real threat for a while. Attack 2, defense 2, movement of 5. It has bombard for 3. You can only attack 1 square away. Rate of fire of 2. This is the one that I was using, the privateer, just because it, without revealing the nationality of the ship, thus you can attack another civilization's shipping without precipitating war. Requires iron and saltpeter. The only unique one is Man of War, which acts the same as a privateer, but far stronger. Attack 4, defense 2. So for a while there, like early industrial, the English are going to have the best ships. Which is funny because you have all these other seafaring nations. And like the Vikings at least get amphibious warfare. And then you get other ones like the Dutch or the Carthaginians. And there's no other naval unique units other than the Byzantines. If you wanted to, you could go for ironclad, which is like your first real thing that actually upgrades into something else. Destroyer. So like frigates, unless you have to, and I only build like a couple if you're doing like landing armies across the sea to fight a war or to claim more land or to conquer or whatever. You could start building these, but you do have to research ironclads. So it's kind of not the best. But if you wanted to get into something, you could actually start upgrading. You can go into destroyers as soon as you get combustion, and that's about it. This is really the only real ship you technically need for naval combat. You can also get the aircraft carrier. And then you can have, do a bunch of bombing runs. Maybe it's under C. Maybe it's not called air carrier. Oh, here we are. So carriers, you are going to have to defend. Build quite a few destroyers. And then from here, you get a movement of 7. They carry up to 4. Start using bombers. And the only other thing that I'd probably recommend is 1 or 2 fighters. If you're doing a big stack of them. So the fighters you can use for reconnaissance, so you can get vision, or to give air superiority, so you can defend against other air units on top of the little natural defense you tend to get from some of the other ships that you might throw in there. Because I think destroyer actually gets air defense. Yeah, it has anti-air defense of 1. Not super great, but you have some. The bombers cannot target anything in particular. You have to get the stealth bomber for that. Because it has the stealth ability, you can actually select which one you want to attack. Another good pickup if you're doing a lot of naval combat and you want to target specific items like the transports. Because they have a superior navy in just terms of numbers than you do. If I can find it. Submarine. You get stealth attack. So you can, it only has an attack of 8 and only a defense of 4. You can pull up with a bunch of submarines and then just target only the transports. Take out entire armies before they even get the chance to land on your island or your part of the map. Cruisers and destroyers can see them plainly. Now, the only thing you have to be careful of is that submarines, because they cannot be seen by other units, but if they land on the same square, they will defend. You are going to want to keep them with a destroyer or something like that. Just that way, it's occupying the same square as it, and you won't have accidental combat, and therefore accidental declarations of war. So it's got a little bit of complication to it, but it's not super bad. It's not nearly as bad as having this like a triangle where you're trying to keep track of, okay, so this unit beats that, but then loses to this. And so you got this triangle thing going on. Because I've seen that in some games. First, the triangle, it starts off real simple, but then you start adding on, to the point where you have 300 plus units, and it's okay, what am I looking at, and what do I have to keep track of for counters? But it's not terribly bad. It's just kind of like everything else, just a numbers game. Yeah, Age of Empires 2 gets kind of like that, where it's okay, so you already have this triangle thing going on with land units, so you got that going on with and then you got the naval triangle going on, except you're having a micro all over the place, and especially if you're going against the computer AI. The AI can swap back and forth instantly. You're just in there, okay, where's each battle taking place? And I don't have time to micro, just start spamming out numbers. I think in some cases in AoE 2, if you want to be really good at it, you gotta get that micro down. But there's other times where it's just mash the macro and you'll be fine. And this is one of those games where it's if you figure out the macro for the most part, you'll be fine. There's only a few times where it's okay, so if I understand just a little bit of the tactics and the way the numbers work, I can manipulate it just enough that I might win where I shouldn't. Otherwise. And unfortunately, this game is in particular imperative that you do that if actually that's a waste of turn, is what you kind of have to do if you want to play at really high levels like deity, or God forbid you want to try and do Sid, because that thing is, oh, that is unforgiving, and you have to be good at everything. It's like I can have a general game plan of what I want to do long run, but like if I was going to play this on Sid, I would have to know precisely how much the AI values everything, so I can manipulate that into my favor, whether it's the technology, because I'm always going to be behind on tech. Like I don't think I showed it just how bad it is, but like even if I were to throw 100% funding behind something, I'm lucky to shave off maybe 10 turns off of the total turns it would take to research any given tech. So, if you're playing on Sid, from what I've seen, you pretty much want to take your research funding all the way down to like 10%. So you're still making some progress towards something, but you're going to have to get all your stuff from trade. And like I haven't even bothered with espionage, but you'd have all this stuff like still technology and all that, which like, let's say China, still tech. I don't have the thing, so I can't technically do it. But like here, because it actually shows me the price. If I want to attempt steel tech, it will cost me 1,448 gold. To do it carefully, which will raise my chances a little bit, like 10% or something like that, 2,172 gold. If I want to do it safely, which still no guarantees because it's got like RPG element to it or whatever, like spy experience, regular. Intelligence center, no. So all these little other factors that go into it. To do it safely, I say that in quotations, it would cost a little under 3,000 gold. If I had 3,000 gold, I probably wouldn't need to be stealing technology. And if you get caught, it's pretty much a declaration of war. Same thing with planting spies. And the spies, you can do a variety of things. I don't think any of them are particularly helpful in the grand scheme. Maybe they are. I haven't really played around with them that much. But in theory, you should be able to spread propaganda to spread discontent in cities, have them go into open revolt, possibly even change over to your civilization if you're like sharing the border with them. You can steal technology, you can steal world map, you can investigate a city and see how, which is predominantly done to see production, specifically intended for keeping an eye on how much progress they've made on the space race, which we're not doing in this one. So like, it'll always show victory conditions of what you're looking at. So like, we have wonder turns, time limits, conquest, score. And if you're doing a game, you can go into and change how many turns, but I don't know what the max limit is. I just keep it standard. You could make it a really short game if you really wanted to. And especially if you decide to play the scenarios, I would definitely take a look and see how many turns you have in total, just so you can kind of have a very broad plan of what you want to do, what you want to try and go for to accomplish whatever the objectives are in that conquest. Because some of them are a lot shorter than you think they would be. It's like there's one where I think it's like Fall of Rome. You really don't want to focus too much like on any cultural buildings unless you absolutely have to, and you just want to conquer as much as you can because it's all victory points based. So I need to worry about that. Okay, if I get another army, make it a supply, I'm going to plant it like right there if we don't already go to war with them. How far away are we again? One more turn. Alright, I'm going to finish this turn, I'm going to take a quick battle break, and then we'll probably start into the war. This will probably happen within a turn or two, if not immediately. Because all I'm going to do is just review like how big our stacks are and make a decision. So, like, actually, I can take a look. Army. Okay, so we just had an army that popped. That is actually perfect. Alright, how's this one looking? Kind of fine. Alright. Just buy that one out now. So the good news is that the Koreans, as far as I can tell, do not have any cavalry. They do not have horses. I will check, make sure they don't have particular resources. I know they have rubber somehow. I just don't know where. You might be buying it from someone. That or I'm just blind and not seeing it. I'd already checked all the cities that I suspected might have had it. But maybe he can shed some light on it. Trades. Active. Okay. Details. Okay, so they are currently trading the Byzantines. I see that they have one thing of rubber, maybe two. Yeah, okay, so they got two sources of rubber, so that's where they're getting it from. After I go to war with them, I might be able to convince the Byzantines to do an embargo against them. It's unlikely, depending on how much they're paying in gold. The only other way would be to blockade them and literally take the coastal cities, because that would cut them off. So I can certainly do that for the northern cities. But doing it for these might take a little bit longer, depending on how the railroads are, how complete they are. The Hittites are just waiting there. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and take a quick power break and we'll see if we start the war now or in just a few turns. Alright. So now we have a pretty large number there. I also have one city here I have to deal with as well. Okay, just to make sure we're actually good and check a couple things. Got one more turn. I don't have horses. Yeah, I really like the modern music. I like that they actually give you quite a bit of variety going through the ages, and especially in the different scenarios and stuff. Oh, alright, so they now have that, but they don't have motorized transportation or flight. If these guys were to attack us, we'd lose these cities for sure. Which is part of the reason I'm also avoiding war with them for now, because I would like to get our entire new empire, or new additions to the empire, connected. Also, we have a bit of a pollution problem going on right now. Oh hey, one more turn for the Manhattan Project. Seems fitting. We can now build nukes. It's time for war. I'm not going to say it yet. I'm going to wait until their turn is over. Oh, they're pulling troops. But they have too many deep within my lands. It's like they know. You know what? I'll go with that, I guess. We're going to at least use it for counter-spying. Counter-espionage. Or counter-intelligence, rather, I suppose. Okay. Happy enough. A whole 3 shields. Actually, how are we doing here? Not too bad. You can build infantry. We are going to need some defenders. Not a whole lot, but some. Help hold the lands while we move all of our offensive troops out. Just Greece. So it's not really that many deals I could do right now. We have something active right now? We do. Okay, so I am selling you stuff. It's paying 58 gold per turn. And then some. Okay, we don't have anything else to sell to you. I guess she's getting oil now. You know what, if I sell you horses, no? Okay, what about coal? I know you're broke, but... Silts? No. Really? Oh, so... You're just at war with them. You don't want to do an embargo against the Sumerians. Okay. But they're willing to do one against the Koreans. Actually. Nope, okay. I didn't think so, I just thought I'd take a look. They're willing to do an embargo against the Koreans. But not against the Sumerians. Interesting. Interesting. So the guerrillas are probably going to be one of the more annoying units, just because they have a defensive bombard. And then they can move up to tow infantry, which is going to be much more of a pain in the ass, but they need to get to rocketry, and I think they also need to have aluminum, right? No, they actually don't. They just need to have rocketry. Huh. Interesting. I think it's kind of funny that, like, your warriors and your archers end up in the same tech tree, like in the same tech line eventually. Okay. You know, we should be perfectly fine. I'm just going to go ahead and do this in case something stupid happens. Okay, so they pull all their troops out. So that means that they absolutely do fear us. And you know, good reason. For good reason. Got one free guy there. They got a settler. Got some free workers. Take that worker. It's kind of a good sign. We got how many tanks here? Like 4. Pretty big stack. That also begs the question, is that the majority of their army that they had to the north when we were at war with Egypt? It's kind of hoping they declare war on me right then and there, but it's fine. Okay, I did. In theory, the Supplies should be able to hold their own against guerrillas. They have an attack rate of 8 versus a defense rating of 6. So we should be able to win some. Plus it gets rid of the defense bombard, so we can better utilize the tanks as well. It's not a bad tactic. If you have a weak unit that you are probably going to lose anyway, you could sacrifice them against a stack that you know has defense bombard and use up at least one of those before you go on the attack. Yep. Sometimes it's just the better move to do, especially if you're already over your support limit. And so, like, usually this would be a pretty bad call, is have a defense rating of 10, but we have an attack rating of 8. And I can't outreach, but there is a chance that they only have like 1 or 2 of these guys, and I could blitz my way through with just enough. And they have like a 1 in 3 chance, I think, of retreating. The exception is if they get low health. If the enemy is, then they won't retreat. Because normal cavalry would only have an attack of 6, so literally the best force unit you can get in the game. So they don't have normal artillery now. So we're going to use up the tanks here, because we're going to attack directly. We'll use up some cavalry guys against the guerrillas. We lose some, we lose some. I'm already like 29 in the negative per turn anyway, so since we're not doing trade. And we're just going to set all these either to courthouses or temples. I tend to go for temples. Makes one of them content and starts building up some culture, which can help, especially with railroads. It gives you a little bit extra buffer. And these guys don't have cavalry or horsemen of any sort, so even better for us. Korean unit. The only artillery unit that has lethal bombardment. Now, one thing that makes the tanks even more dangerous than their high attack rating is that you can attack twice if you haven't moved, or you haven't used up a full movement. That was a conscript. So because that was the unique Korean artillery, I cannot capture it. It will always be destroyed. If they have normal artillery, we can capture those. So here we can capture this worker. Back on the railroad. Come all the way over here. I'm gonna attack this one. Yeah, we could turn away from K-pop tech, or we could just make it our own. They got some of these stacks that they got up here. Make them start trying to decide if they want to spend their gold buying something or upgrade. So I already know that they're getting rubber from trade. Not gonna be able to do anything about that. It's not for a while. They can exist for one turn. This one's to be a bit harder. I think it's on a hill. Yeah. very low chance that I might be able to. Might be able to take this one. Might only have 2 defenders, maybe 3 max. Okay, 1 spearman. I'll take this. I'll give us a there. I'll have to take the north if we want to have the best shot at this one. Otherwise, I'll just have to keep throwing a bunch of supply at it. Okay, so they do have railroads there, so I'm going to have to put tanks here if I want to take that. Medieval infantry actually holding his own against a tank. Now, we were Germany, our tanks would have a movement of 3 already. Dang. But it's fine, we got more. Chance I might have to kill that entire staff. Which I would imagine is the majority of your expeditionary forces. Lost another tank. Bit annoying. Can. Okay. Possibly take 2 more out, maybe. These guys are mine now. Man, these gorillas are really good at the job. Really? Alright, there we go. I think we need better tanks. Now comes the slaughter. Oh, it was an elite unit. You stole the promotion! Imagine, like, at the end of the game, it's like it mentions like all these major battles throughout all these different wars that took place. This is just what we're seeing, and it's just like this giant epic what took place today between these two squares. you know things are going bad when you have, like, guys in medieval armor trying to take on tanks. Just in there. Guys, I don't think the armor's gonna help. Bring the weapons, and that's about it. That spearman had the right idea. Yep, they were not prepared for this. Not done up here. There's a warrior. There's a single warrior there. We should get one more tank up there. Oh hey, I almost forgot about these guys. There, you get your warrior against a tank. He did damage. You can't say he didn't put in at least a little bit of work. Imagine be like the warrior or like an archer just in there. Dude, I'm supposed to defend against freaking tanks? What? Shouldn't we just surrender at this point? We got one turn before we have to worry about those guys. Let's see. Oh, hey, wait, I got artillery. Yeah, just sitting there. What do? We got freaking bows and arrows. They can hit us from like half a mile away. Oh, hey, more rubber. Wait, do I have like artillery down here perhaps or something? I mean, we can... What's kind of insane is you could have like an entire, like half of the continent and only have like one source of horses. It's a bit insane. I think it would make more sense, like, for if you're trying to make everything balanced. So you'd have to have like multiple sources of horses throughout the kingdom to support, say, I don't know, like 10 cities or something like that. Make a bit more sense. But this is the way the game is, so that's all we need. I know there's a couple of tricks you can do, like with trade against the AI, if you wanted to like do some trades and not lose trade rep. It's like one of them is, let's say we only have one source of beaver. We could sell the beaver to, let's say, the Byzantines for as part of a deal to get some tech or world map or whatever. And normally it'd be like, okay, so we're going to sell you beaver for like 20 turns in exchange for some technology, and maybe we're paying some gold or whatever. And then what you do is like you wait for like a turn and then you cut off the beaver. And oh, we have no more beaver. Well, because it was through natural means you lost the trade. You don't suffer trade rep loss. It's weird. Little exploit. I don't really do it all that often, but at higher levels you probably have to. It's probably much more necessary. And because you don't lose anything to your trade rep, you could technically just keep doing it over and over and over again. Oh, the beaver, it's a luxury. So the beaver will make so many happy faces. Let's see. So like anything that's a luxury will make your citizens happy. And then they give you some bonuses, like, oh yeah, you get 1 extra coin. And like you can look up here, it'll tell you where it's mostly found. Dyes are mostly found in jungles and forests. Furs will give you 1 shield, 1 gold. Gems will give you 4 gold. Incense, 2 gold. Ivory is 2 gold. This one you need for the statue of Zeus. Silks, 3 gold. Spices, 2 gold. And then wines. 1 food and 1 gold. And the red numbers on the cities means that I am having a shortfall. So it will probably starve out if it does not get food. In this case, it's just because we don't have this spot irrigated. And we have some pollution. When you have a pollution anywhere in the city box, you cannot use that particular square, so depending what it is, it could be much more devastating. Now, if it's like on top of these wines, other than the production bonus we get from the shields, the gold, and the food, it does not stop our supply of wines. And like if it's outside the city box, let's say, I don't know, like here, it technically doesn't matter. I usually just throw some work, like a big group of workers on for just automatic pollution. So sometimes I get pulled off to spots I kind of don't care about. but then I don't have to sit here and micro like every single spot that is actually potentially being used. And like at this stage in the game, the less microing I have to do, the shorter the turns will be. So, but like every single red number is because there's a shortage and they're about to starve. And that usually you're going to be seeing a lot more red numbers whenever you take over cities. Like depending on how much resistance there is, they'll probably start starving to death. What kind of mitigates this to a bad degree, kinda, depending what you're trying to do, is if we went fascist. There is no war weariness. Workers work 200% faster. Here's your unit supports. It's like you have a metropolis, it's 10. Everything's forced labor, so it doesn't matter how much gold we have, we cannot buy stuff. Corruption and waste goes down a bit. It's a little more like an annoyance than anything else. War weariness is none. So always check your government types before you move in, depending on what your goal is, whether it's long term or short term. If you're religious civilization, it only takes one turn, so it's not that big of a deal. That's one of the big strengths of religious civs. Plus the bonus is to you can build temples and cathedrals and all that faster. But so a couple caveats with fascism. One, I think it's like every single city you take over loses half its population. Yeah, newly conquered cities also lose population and do not generate culture until a popular majority has been assimilated. So for this, you would have to either build a bunch of workers or build a bunch of sellers, move them into the city, have them join the city, and once that number goes up and you now have majority, more, it just has to be one head more than half, than any other nationality, culture, whatever you want to call it. Like you can look here and it'll say happy Korean, resisting Korean. Over here, German, Ottoman. And then one of the downsides is for having a mixed race, I guess you could say, in the cities, is that occasionally you'll pop out if we pop out a German worker and we're Ottoman, the German worker, while he will look exactly the same as the other workers rather than these enslaved guys, will still act like an enslaved guy as far as his efficiency. So instead of building a road in one turn in the desert, like it would be for us right now, it would take 2 turns. With the exception if we went fascist. And fascism, like once we take over a half, probably not a bad idea to go. We get all kinds of military support. We just can't buy things out. And since we're more concerned about eliminating and conquering than gaining like 66% of the world territory within our cultural boundaries, and having 66% of the world population, we could just roll over everyone technically. Because it will have so much more production going on just with your workers, with things getting done. It's like all these jungles and everything would be cleared in like half the time. So, lots of things we could do. Probably won't do. I usually stay with monarchy like all the way through. Republic's not a bad way to go. But you're going to have to be a bit more, especially if you want to be like going into war a lot more. You're going to have to put them in situations where they declare war on you. And especially like democracy, I think you're almost forced to take like the first peace deal that is offered. Otherwise you suffer major war weariness. All little things that have to be kept in the back of your mind as you plan things out. And this is why I kind of like Civ 3 over some of the others, where it just has just enough elements that it's not overbearing, where it's like, oh yeah, well you also have this religion that you have to worry about, and you have these civics that you also have to worry about, on top of your government type and all that. Which is something you have to worry a bit more about in, say, like Alpha Centauri, which is a great game, by the way. And while a lot of people compare it to Civ, because there are a lot of concepts that kind of come out of Alpha Centauri and such, there's a lot more tedium to it. It's a bit more tedious. You have a lot more microing. You have to kind of understand how everything interacts and works a bit more to make better use of your faction. And no matter what you choose in that, there's always going to be at least a faction or two that are going to hate your guts. Civ 4, I've heard, is really, really good. When I first played it, granted it was base game, so I'm willing to give it another chance. I didn't really care for it because I couldn't tell what was going on in combat. Because they show unit health by like how many members in a group there are. So like typically like warrior, you'd have 3 warriors at regular, 4 veteran, 5 if it was elite. And if I was going against like one guy that's literally only in red, so he'd have like 1 guy left in his group, I would see each of my guys run up, bonk him on the head, and then fall down. And then combat is over. I'm just saying, so what even happened? That may have been, I would imagine that got fixed as expansions came out. I just didn't really stick with it after that. I know it's supposed to be kind of like Civ 3 with some extra elements added to it, but I honestly couldn't tell you much beyond that. It was just kind of, like, it was funny the first couple of times, but as the rest of the game's going on and you're getting a bit more into like wars and stuff, it's like, I would really like to know what is happening. Am I winning? Am I losing? Did I just watch a bunch of guys die? Am I at partial health? What's going on? So it's like, I think I might just turn off the combat animations and just see what the end result is at that point. Whereas at least this one, you can watch the bars go up and down. So that was my experience with it. And like I said, that was like probably like back when it first released, so it was just like base game. I'm sure all that stuff's been fixed. I know that there's colonization that's based off of the same kind of rule set as 4. That's supposed to be really good. I never played the original. It's kind of on my backlog to try at some point. I just don't want to take the time to learn a new game right now. Kind of have to be in the right headspace for that sometimes, depending on how complicated the system may or may not be. Like the last one I kind of picked up a little bit was Total War. I was trying to do Shogun. Total War... what was it? Shogun 2? And just because I usually play them as them in the Son Goku map, I tried playing Hojo. And I actually did kind of good. But I still have a bit of stuff I have to learn. Because all I did was just focus on military units. I didn't try and mess too much around with like the ninja or the priest. Or even like the, I forget what it's called, like the priest type unit, the agent. So, I gotta go spend some more time and learn all that stuff. It certainly looks like it's gonna be fun, but I gotta take some time and actually learn the game. I will probably do another run of Alpha Centauri at some point. Last time I played as Spartan Federation. I don't know if I'll play as someone else or the same faction. But just going through like the descriptions of the factions, they just kind of felt like the closest to my playstyle. Because their entire thing is focusing more on like more elite, better trained and better equipped troops than just huge numbers. And some of the stuff I knew going in is depending on the faction you choose, there are just certain like civics that you are just cut off from. So like if you chose, what was it, Miriam's Believers, you can only be fundamental. You can only be frontier or fundamentalist. You cannot be anything else. You have to be a fundamentalist. And I think there might be 1 or 2 other things that you are also barred from. I could be wrong. Stick them there. Stick a few units here just to act as police. I would probably put no more than 3 units in any city that you take over, just to help bring in the resistors and adds a little bit of happiness with how much you have garrisoned. Never throw a full stack if you can avoid it. Only if you absolutely have to defend that point. What I do kind of like is that everything is here, like in the game. If you take the time to go and look, it will tell you most things. There's some things that are kind of broken in this game, like the scientific leaders. And the scientific age specifically not working properly, but for the most part, it'll tell you mostly what you need to know. There's a few things that are a bit iffy. Might be able to take this one as well. Yeah. Good shot. That was fantastic. Most of the time you'll usually only knock off like a single tip of health, but occasionally you can hit more. Bombers have the highest chance of dealing like the most damage, period. And then they have lethality on top of it. What have we got here? Possibly. Is that just a normal rifleman? Oh, yeah. That's definitely doable. I was actually expecting infantry. It seemed pretty good about making sure infantry was in a good chunk of their cities. Where they would have it here, but not over here. Yeah, I make some weird decisions sometimes. Spearman was holding. I can only imagine what the graph's going to look like. I love to see it. We're almost like half the freaking graph. It is nice. Whoops, that's not what I wanted. Hit the wrong button there. Let's see. There we are. I almost forgot that I had that tied to that particular hotkey. No way to go clean sludge. Can't quite reach there yet. So this one has infantry. But guess what? We got more tanks! He did good in the beginning. And then, the tanks actually started trying. Neck and neck on that one. Funny thing is that the, from what I understand, the entire storyline of Alpha Centauri is based on the premise that someone actually completes the space race and sends out like this big colony ship out towards Alpha Centauri, and everything's going well. Everyone's in stasis, everyone's asleep, one guy like piloting the entire thing, and then everything goes wrong because of course it has to. I think the general consensus is, because there's a novel, I haven't read it yet, I need to get my hands on one, is that I think the one that sabotages the entire mission is the guy that would go on to become Chairman Yang. The leader of one of the factions. I think his is called the Hive. What's kind of funny is almost every single faction, no matter how noble it seems, is at least slightly evil. Sometimes in like the scariest of ways. It's like you have Lady Daedra, I can't remember what she calls herself for the faction. She kind of starts weaponizing mind worms that literally bore themselves into people's skulls. But you know, she's supposed to be a little bit less evil because she's an environmentalist. A lot of little horrors. Okay, so we can plant this here. We can move you. Oh, I thought I had it selected. So if I cut off that one, Alpha Centauri is a very interesting game. So one could say that Civ is very open-ended. You can make like your own history and everything based upon the civilization. Like you're playing as Babylon, but you know, Babylon just happens to have tanks now and made it all the way to the modern era. Alpha Centauri kind of has a narrative, but is also still very much a 4X game. It has a lot of elements that you would expect from a Civ game, but it is very, very different. Diplomacy is... You have to pay attention to what they're saying a bit more. You have to understand their civics, because if you have the wrong civic, they will start hating you. And so, depending on what difficulty you're doing, power structure, all that, there's also a lot more diplomacy that you have to worry about. So, like, once everyone, you have a calm link with everyone. You have basically a UN summit that you go in and vote to decide who's going to be the world governor. And you get like one veto power and all this and that. You no longer have wars, you have vendettas. You can enslave factions once you have overpowered them. You do not have to eliminate them, but you can enslave them. The downside is that if another faction declares war on that particular faction, you are also at war. But you get shared research, so you get like a lot of perks. They have to trade with you permanently. You can tell them what to build, whether to focus on military, what kind of military, all that kind of stuff. And they share their research with you. So you can research one tech, and they'll be researching another tech. It kind of depends on the Civ, on what their prerogative is. If you play by their basic standard rules, you have no real tech tree per se, and you don't really know what you're researching. You're just going towards one direction. There's 4 choices on the randomizer, if you would, and you pick which one you want to focus on. There's combat-oriented, there's science and knowledge-oriented, there's exploration and growth-oriented, and there's economic industry-oriented. My recommendation is the first time you go and pop in, you go for economic and industry-oriented, and maybe expansion and growth, or exploration and growth, because you cannot build your worker unit until you get one particular technology. It technically has borders, but the borders are not the same as this. So you will not see the exact X or anything like that, but you will have borders that push. You obviously can't like build stuff within someone else's borders and so on and so forth. And on that one, I think you're pretty much guaranteed that you have to kind of have a pretty base knowledge of air combat, ground combat, and naval combat. Because I don't think there's like any settings to change. Oh, it's going to be a Pangea. It's like, no, it's actually going to be set up as continents and islands. And you are limited on exactly how many bases you have. It's no longer cities, they're bases. And the story isn't like up there front and center. It's in the background. So occasionally certain events will happen. You'll get epilogue. When you research new technologies, generally speaking, you will get a voice line from one of the faction leaders. And this will give you a bit of insight into their mindset. It will give you a bit of insight into their technologies. And it's kind of a slow realization of what the strengths and flaws of your ideology are going to be. And you can pick any of the 7 factions that you want to. You have a guy that wants to stick with the UN Charter. You have a guy that's all about economy and industry. You have a guy that's all about basically socialism and communism. You have an environmentalist. You have a fundamentalist. You have one who believes in unfettered research. You have one that believes in elitism, specifically that of military and frontiers survival. I think that's all of them. I'm usually missing one, but I think that's all of them. Spartan Federation, Morganites, University, Peacekeepers, the Believers, the Gaians, and the Spartans. And then if you go into the expansion, you can have a custom civ, and they have like another 7 factions you can choose from, and you can mix and match them however you want in your playthroughs. There's 2 aliens. The aliens can never be friends with the humans, but you can do trades and stuff. It's kind of weird how... I'm not really sure on how all that plays out. But the expansion gets a little weird. The base game seems a bit more grounded, and I would certainly start with the base game before you start going into the expansion. Because everything you need to know how the game functions and all that is in the base game, and then they just kind of build upon that. I don't think there's too many like big balance tweaks or anything like that. At least from what I've seen. I've only played it a small handful of times. I did play it once on stream, and I have it in the archive. And that was when I was playing as the Spartan Federation. And it's funny because it kind of started off as a game I kind of moved to just because it was the only thing I could technically play, because I had a weird glitch thing that happened on my computer, and I actually did not have access to Steam, but that was the one game I had installed that did not require Steam. It's like a power outage that messed with the computer. I had to reset it afterwards. But I thought everything was fine, so I just kind of went live again, thinking I could pop up and bring on my game capture, because I was doing, I think, a Call of Duty playthrough on Veteran, and I couldn't get it to work. I couldn't get Steam to work, so I moved over to that. It's like, well, I'm back, I'm live, let's do something. I was kind of wanting to play it anyway, and I was going to have it on my backlog for a little bit while longer at least. And that was, like, I knew some things about it, but I didn't know a whole lot, and I've learned a bit more since then, having played a few games afterwards. So I will probably revisit it. But if you want to go and see kind of like my first impressions or whatever of it, it's all there. I played it all the way to the end, from start to finish. It took, I don't know, 2-3 nights or something like that. But I know Suede certainly played it. I don't know how far he got though. I only got about halfway through like the first part of the stream, since he had it over there on YouTube. Like, from what I remember, is I actually looked it up once. There is an entire novel that you can read that kind of gives you like everything that supposedly happened before Planetfall. That might be enough for that. Let's see. got 16 tanks here. Should be enough. That's cut off. They just got to come through here. Small chance to take this. But Alpha Centauri is certainly one of those games that it tried a lot of new things, some of which were concepts they brought in later Civ games. You can see, because I think it came out before Civ 3 even. I'm not entirely sure when it came out, but I know it came out around the same time. I think it has concepts that were later seen here. But I have a lot of cool concepts. So, like, you can actually terraform the planet. You can raise and lower elevation. You have customizable units. And there's everything. Everything has a cost and everything has a price. But then again, if I take this city, we should be able to more easily move on to the coast. Take the south, or cut off the north? I think we should cut off the north. Those standing strong. It's quite a bit of progress for one turn. Okay, 2 turns we'll have that covered up. Take this city, we'll have dyes, which will make our people even happier. Okay. So 60% we have, yeah. Okay, go to 50 for 1 turn at least. See if we gain any benefit from staying at 60. And then also from here, you can also take a look and see just about how happy everyone is. So you can see if you have a bunch of problem children or not, especially as you expand as large as we have. And you kind of get a very base overview over everything that's being built as well, and about how long. Also from here, if we wanted to, we could swap from Normandy to wartime. I don't need to, so I'm not going to. But wartime will swap everything towards war based productions. You cannot build any civic improvements. I think the only thing you can build otherwise is wealth, and maybe some workers, if that. But everything like war related is boosted in production. I don't know how much. Let's see, I think they have it here. No. What is nice is we love the day. Cities cannot be starving. The city cannot have any resistors. The city cannot have any unhappy citizens. The city must be more happy citizens than content. And the city must be large enough, typically size 6. The chance of the city converting to another civ is halved. Waste in the city is reduced, and the effectiveness of enemy spy propaganda missions against the city is reduced. I don't think they have anything on wartime. Maybe it's under mobilization. Let's see what we got here. Here we are. Okay, I must have nationalism in order to mobilize. Effects of mobilization. During mobilization, a city-building military unit produces 1 extra shield in every square that is already producing at least 1. A civilization that is mobilized may only build military units and military city improvements. May not build peacetime improvements. May not return to Normandy until a peace treaty is signed. During mobilization, workers, settlers, and explorers can be built, but will not receive the production bonus. This. You know, we'll build a civil defense. We'll build a civil defense here, we'll build a civil defense here. We should be able to hold the line everywhere else. Those are the 2 main entries. Okay, so everything's kind of still at stalemate there. If they would get out of the way, I could strike. Are you really 67? Yes, I would like to buy ivory for 6. Okay, but what are you really willing to give me? Oh, 67 gold per turn? Yes, yes, much better deal. Either desperately trying to stay out of war, or legitimately needs it for something else. Ah, yes, the negotiator. Oh, I kind of forgot to move those 2 armies. I legitimately forgot to move them. I got so caught up on the main campaign, I forgot about the site. So they'll probably win these fights against us more often than not, just because 6 versus 3. But we do get the defensive bonus, so it is going to be a bit more painful for them. Okay, now that we have rocketry, we can see where aluminum is. I'm going to take a look and see, unless we just happen to pop in where I can see one. Oh, we already have one. We have at least one already connected. We can also start building SAM missile defense batteries. I forget how many I need. I think it's like 10. I gotta have 10 or something like that for a very specific wonder that's at the very end of the main research truck. And while we should be fine, just a bit of extra insurance, because why not? Am I building that at any of our frontier cities that I'm most worried about, especially like the Hittites building a bunch of bombers or something weird? It's not a bad idea either. Because then we don't have to worry about SAM sites getting sniped or something. Or mobile SAMs. We'll have actual SAM sites. So, the wonder is I always forget what it is. I think it's just integrated defense. Strategic missile defense. Okay. Offers a 75% chance of intercepting enemy ICBMs. The civilization must have at least 5 SAM missile batteries in the cities it controls. Okay, so it's much smaller than I thought it was. But imagine that 75% chance you can't be nuked. Okay, let's see where we trigger that. Kind of hard to see what's going on, but this is also why I kind of don't like attacking at certain angles. It's kind of hard to see what's going on in combat. As far as like the health bars and stuff, it's kind of hard to see precisely how wounded they might be to make better decisions. It doesn't really matter so much here. Then we got our backups there. What we're going to do is move this guy elsewhere. Okay, see. Nope, not that. No, I can't remember what the command is. But there is a way to just, like, change the view so you can only see what the geography is, kind of like toggling those. Letting this main screen. We'll just go for this. Oh sure, the guy on the horseback does a better job of not taking all the way down to red. Okay. So, if I can take those cities, then the inner cities will no longer have rubber. There's so many bonuses this way. Well, that worked. Okay, well, at least reduced him a bit. The Aztecs would move their ass. This guy wasn't here. He was close, too. might be able to take that with this supply. Certainly have lots of cavalry. So close. Did it become a god unit? No. I just needed to take a little bit more abuse. This one might, though. So 3 workers. We took 1 whole gold. Yeah, everyone's happy. Everyone's having a good time, except for like 2 people. I was going to try and save these guys here. What do we got? 12? Alright. I'll wait until we're down to 6. we'll probably be fine. The plan will probably still work. Two gold. Okay, so it looks like these guys were either just made or just got upgraded. Oh. Oh, weird. My other screen started freaking out there a little bit. I think we're fine now. I have to take a look and see if it affected the VOD at all, but I think we'll be fine. Sorry, Korea, it's just the natural progression of things. Yeah, my screen was acting up, and I don't know if that affected OBS, but it probably did. A little weird. I thought OBS was taking a dump there for a moment. It's like, oh, okay, see what the problem is with OBS, and then maybe continue on from there. We have plenty of these guys, so we'll try for another skill for 10. But as long as stream's still doing good, then all is good. Yep, we will be soon. It just goes to show that we're not even using like all of our units yet. I still have a bunch of units just kind of stacked over here just to make sure the Hittites don't get an idea of doing anything. And if we take this city, then I think we should be pretty much set, because I don't think they'll be able to make hardly any deals with anyone. It's just not very easy to get access to it. Starting to run out of bodies here. You know what? Should have some guys down here somewhere. pull this guy from all the way over here. Getting pulled from one edge of the empire, being sent to the soon-to-be portion. Oh well, we got more bodies. It also means that I'm just not paying that much more support on some of these units. Let's see, single frigate. You know, I'll even give you multiple targets. So we can pull 3 more, we'll have the rest of them just rest. Oops. Guess there's just a few more. They're in pretty good condition. Another full health elite. One more guy. Maybe not. A couple more gorillas hiding in there. Ah, yes, more tanks. Keep moving over. It's not a question of how or why, it's a question of when. When Seoul will be ours. Damn. Took him out all by himself. That one's full health. I could like barely see it. Come on, get him. Alright. We'll go for it. Get him. Worth risk. Guess now it's going to cause this guy to choose between trying to attack, heading towards the capital, or heading back over here. There's one more unit there. Must be another spearman then. Nope, really. Still nothing, huh? So many tanks. Surely this is the last one, right? Yep. Alright, so let's keep these cities growing. all the money we can get. Gotta clog up that hole. I might actually try and attack it. So much aluminum. How many things of aluminum do we have connected already? Like 7, 8. So much aluminum. Also. Okay. That doesn't help at all. That does. You know what? I could probably take it a little bit slower this time around. Because I'm going to need cash to upgrade all these tanks anyway. Let's see. Get cure for cancer. Makes one unhappy citizen content in every city. The internet, which will give us a research lab in every continent. Okay. Alright, so let's make sure. Got this going right. Go for that. Yeah. Just to be absolutely certain. That guy's kind of blocking us a little bit. Also blocking them. I need like 4 workers. Maybe. I might be able to take this. That was one of the easiest cities we've taken so far. Cover there. Still being blocked. Put those guys back in reserve. Okay, so we got regular there. Regular, veteran. And then 58 per turn. Seems fine. I'm gonna need at least 20 turns to get all these cities redeveloped. I think I'm gonna go build the Forbidden Palace in Thebes, and maybe the efficiency of the surrounding cities enough. Ta-da! They committed war crimes against their own people. Well, I'm not really sure that was the brightest idea, but you do you. He decided that his best defender would be better served to attack a stack of my cavalry, leaving behind a pikeman. I'm just gonna pretend like Thebes was always ours. I just built a palace there. Sand missile battery seems like a good idea. Hospital. Do. Here's Thebes. You know what? Thebes has nothing. Slish. Okay, so our capital's all the way down here, so I mean, I guess somewhere around here will probably boast. You know what? Let's do Alexandria. It's probably a good plan. Refused. Oops, that's not one. Nothing like a bit of jazz for the Conquest. So the food and shield is not dependent on the citizens themselves. It's dependent on the tile, the improvements, and if it has any other bonuses, like in this case beaver. Like I can't really show it with that one, but let's say here. So because of the oasis, you already get +2 food. Desert would normally give you just 1. The mine provides 1 shield. Because it's a desert tile, you already get 1 natural shield from it. And then because it's railroaded, you get an additional shield. So we get 3 shields, we get 1 commerce because of the road, and then we already have the 2 food from the oasis. So like if I were to click off of this, and then move the citizen over here, you get 1 shield, 1 coin, no food. So everything is dependent on the tile itself, whether it has been improved or not. And then the only other caveat you have to keep in mind is what is your government type. If you are still in despotism, which is the default civic, the default government, you take a penalty. So it produces 1 less food, shield, commerce than it would naturally. So like if I were to irrigate grassland while I'm still in despotism, offers nothing. So the only time I would usually irrigate the grassland before then is to start moving it towards plains like this. Because at least with the plains being irrigated despite despotism, I can still get 2 food from it, where I would only normally get 1. So roads will always provide 1 gold regardless. Things like this gold here ups it to 5, so you get an additional 4. It's all about the tiles and any bonuses they got. Looks like this coal gives us more shields than we normally would. Iron will also give us more shields than it would normally. This provides 1 food, 2 gold. The fish provides 3 food, 3 gold. The well, 2 food, 3 gold, 1 shield. Forest will give you 2 shields regardless, but only 1 food. And typically you'll see like deer and stuff. It's like this deer. So what I recommend is if you're surrounded by forests and you want the city to grow, you cut down where the deer is first, unless you have something much more important, like you're fighting a war and you need a road to a virtuous strategic spot. But otherwise, you cut where the deer is first. Typically, I would recommend building a mine over it. It kind of depends. If you have a bunch of hills and only a few actual plains or grassland, then maybe irrigate and then take all your shields from the hills and stuff. So everything's a bit situational. But typically you want to irrigate plains. If you have this bonus here with this little white spot, you get 1 shield from it naturally. And so you might irrigate here if you have multiple of these. So you can have a higher pop, so you get a little bit more coin, a little bit more gold. One of the best things you can kind of get, like here on the plains, is this sugar. It gives you 2 food. You still get the 1 shield and the 1 gold you get. So there's lots of bonuses. By far the best bonus you can possibly get is cow. And in very strange situations, you might end up with like some grassland with cow and floodplains. Floodplains will already give you 5 once it's irrigated and has railroad. But as far as like floodplains, while you're still in despotism, don't worry about irrigating them initially. You can go and start, unless you're just trying to get like a head start because you're about to get to railroads and stuff, or about to change government type. You can just build roads because you're not going to be able to get more than the 3 food, I think the 3 food that it provides. So typically, if you see anything that gives you a food bonus, you'll just build a mine over it and get some extra shields out of it. If you're doing like the jungle and marshlands, try and go for bananas. Unless you see something really nice like rubber. But if you want like fast growing cities and you want to get as many of those nice food bonuses, because your workers are going to want to, or your citizens are going to want to work those tiles anyway, so you may as well build a road over it and at least get a little bit of gold out of it. Takes care of any other problems you might be having, like unit support. Because I think like the worst government for unit support is democracy. You get absolutely no unit support. get to pay for everything, but you do get slightly better worker efficiency. Corruption and waste is very, very low, but you have exceptionally high war weariness. You can only draft one citizen if you have to defend yourself in dire straits. Okay, that'll keep everyone from trying to send units this way, except for maybe the Hittites with that one city. Like if I could, it would have been nice to have this cow and maybe a well, but I don't think there would have been any good way except for maybe getting that one well. Like if I was building around this spot, whenever you can, try and scout out, especially your starting area. Sometimes you just have to take the one spot you're given for your capital. It's the workers. Everything makes sounds for like idle animations or working animations. And one thing I've noticed that as you progress through the ages, the sounds will change too, depending on some of the civs. So like the way the warrior sounds during ancient times is very different to how like the Chinese or the Korean warrior will sound when it's fighting like a tank. Usually it's like a much deeper, kind of a fun little touch I think they added. It's just like if you're on a rifleman and he sits there for a few seconds, he'll sneeze. This is their capital, so they're going to be defending it far harder than probably normally would. Plus, I can't quite see where the river is. I think we're on the right side. One unit's gonna try and become a god. Oh, never mind. Sometimes you'll get like that one unit that will just defend against like 7. You know, by all rights, he shouldn't be able to. One thing that's kind of interesting is the few times I've revisited Civ 1, and it's something I always have to get used to, there's no health bar or anything. I don't think there's any veterancy either. You just have units, and they don't even have attack and defense. It's just all straight up power. So in theory, you could just have like one unit just defend against like 300. And somehow just come out on top. Every time. Because there is no health. It either wins or it doesn't. And it's not like, oh, it's a 20 versus 1. Well, the 1 still has a chance of winning. But doesn't mean it should most of the time. Die. Alright. As long as I don't have a settler somewhere, should be pretty much finished once I take these 2 cities. I don't think I saw any like transports or anything, so we should be fine. I know at least with Zululand I saw the caravel take off before I finished conquering the main cities. Actually, you know what? 3 of you stay, the rest of you. Then we're just going to start throwing everything towards this one narrow gap. Okay, we saved that one city from starving. We just had to cut down trees, make more farmland. So I'll kind of rush down there. Let's just go ahead and buy that. So we'll go ahead and buy this one temple as well. Get more gold from here. That's mine. That one should be able to grow. Not doing too bad. Alright, I almost forgot about this guy. He has a supplement. Actually, we're going to move you over there. I'm not paying you 18 gold per turn. You're going to do something stupid. intelligence agency is done. Sure, why not? Just so we have one more closer towards the 5. Pretty good. Another army. I guess we'll go for big first. Chance the city gets melted. Plant some forests, speed things up a little bit, maybe. Okay. And then all I gotta do is take over this one. Oh, that's a good sign. They are now gone. The glorious Koreans are no more. Oh wow, you guys don't have a harbor. You know what? It was probably destroyed when they bombarded it. I wasn't paying attention to what was destroyed, to be fair. And everybody's happy. The ones that aren't resisting anyway. Except for these two. It's just too crowded. We haven't committed any atrocities, so... Warmonger? Possibly. War criminal? Not so much. Weird. Okay, so, let's see. Mongols are dead, Korea is dead, Egypt is dead, Spain is dead, Zululand is dead, the Inca are dead, the only one that we had no hand in whatsoever. Germany is dead, France is dead, China is somehow still alive, Greece, separated by an ocean, Samaria in stalemate, apparently. Though it doesn't look good for them against the Byzantines. The Aztec are, well, a bit behind. Japan is not faring too much better. The only real power is the Hittites and maybe the Byzantines. Aztec are just kind of there as an annoyance. How goes the war? Well, that would explain some. You don't have saltpeter. You also don't have oil. How much would you be willing to buy it for? None? Okay, what about this? None? Okay. Would you like to buy stuff from me? No. I mean, you are kind of broke, so... What if... Like how much they value democracy. I don't think the AI, like, ever really goes into democracy. I don't think there's a way to check the government, but... Chinese are annoyed with us. Sumerians' best unit is the riflemen. Hittites are annoyed with us. Sumerians are furious with us. Japanese are in awe of our culture. Byzantine have infantry. Hittites are impressed with ours. The best unit they have is the destroyer. The best unit the Greeks have is the archer. Aztec have infantry. Japanese have cavalry. Longbowmen. That's the best unit the Chinese have. Oh yeah, I forgot I had this guy. I just have a random leader just sitting around. I completely forgot I had him. That's bad on me. Get a little bit more vision on them. Wish there was a way to see their government, but oh well. Yeah, we're just kind of leaving them hanging. We could conquer this, but I don't want to deal with naval warfare and having to protect it against like the Hittites or something. Plus, even if I did, I'd have to like rush airport, at least one airport, and I'd have to have, I don't know, 5, 6 airports somewhere on the mainland, like around the capital or something. So I could send over reinforcements without having to worry about like using transports and stuff. I would need transports to land and invade, but from there I would just build like an airport like in Athens or something like that and just spread out my defenders. Another thing you can do is if you build a bunch of workers, just go around and place outposts everywhere, and then the only way they can attack you is with marines on the cities that are by the coastline directly. That's another thing you can do. Or just like simply just block every single coastal square with a unit. They can't land, they can't invade. And they would have to spend time researching a tech in order to do amphibious assaults. And then they'd have to build those units. So, which we're neglecting right now because we don't really need it. If you were to go into it, hit the Marine, attack 12, defense 6, movement 1, have to have rubber. You can load them up into transports, and then you can attack the city or units lying around directly. You don't have to land first. But I would take like a carrier and some bombers and stuff to soften them up. The downside with using bombers on cities is that you run the chance of destroying improvements if you didn't want to destroy them. And potentially committing atrocities. Usually doesn't happen until after you've started dealing at least a little bit of damage to the defending units, but not always. And it's kind of like the whole bombardment thing, where I think there's like a random spot on the square, and you find that spot, and you keep clicking on that particular spot for that particular unit, raises your chances of hitting the unit substantially. At least that's been my observation. I don't really know if it's actually a thing. It just seems to work for me. Not that I've been doing a whole lot of bombardment here lately, but when I have, with the Koreans gone, there's not really anything I have to worry about. They'll be in civil disorder until the resistors are done, and that's about it. Then everyone will be relatively happy. And then I can start buying out like temples and stuff. Oh, this one's also on resistance. Other than the city citizens not liking you if you commit atrocities against them, I think it also harms your relationship with the civilization if you plan on making peace at some point, because you're not going to take them out, either because you can't, or you're choosing not to for whatever the reason it might be. Okay, so I gotta build up that square, then I'll have a direct assault. Unfortunately, now they have a direct route to here. Yeah, so much pollution. And we have hydro plants that's supposed to cut down on the pollution as well. So if we were using something like coal plants everywhere, it'd be crazy. This guy. All the way over here, because we got to start connecting to the far edge of our empire. Just gonna get prepped for that area over there. Barely out of range. Dang, that would have been nice. A little bit more extra gold from the tobacco. 56. Okay, all of our current trade deals. Where are we sitting at? About 18, 19 turns. Alright, let's see. Territory map? Not really interested in that. See, my territory is far larger than your territory, so... It seems unfair for me to give 55%. China and Samaria have signed a trade embargo. Okay. China and Sumeria have signed a military alliance against the Aztec. Wow. There is a chance we might end up going to war far, far sooner, depending on how much of an opportunity this presents. So, it is entirely possible. China declared war on the Aztecs. Trying to make some of these cities actually somewhat useful. The reason I'm cutting down the corruption is it doesn't just help with the shields, it also gives us a little bit extra gold that's being lost to the corruption as well. We're just going to expand out some of our land as quickly as we can. 1, to push back their influence. And then 2, to give us that much more mobility against them. That should be pretty well guaranteed. I suppose there's a way to speed it up even more, is there? I mean, kinda, but... So we do need to get 2 techs. We're gonna check in on the Hittites and see where they are on tech. They have amphibious war. We're still behind on motorized transportation and flight. The fools! Hey, Aztec, you, wanna make a deal? Cool. So, New Hamburg, pretty much guaranteed to be lost. Before we get too far into anything else, I'm going to go ahead and do a quick save. Especially after that whole screen. The Chinese also have one city down here, I need to keep that in mind. Might be relevant later. Oh. Samaria is beginning to die. I don't think it's been all that long, but Byzantine, how much longer we got for war? Eight turns. About 8-9 turns. More uranium. Yeah, we took Seoul. We took Seoul, the Koreans are dead. The Hittites and the Chinese have decided to go to war with the Aztec. So we're going to see how that kind of plays out. Right now I'm selling horses and silks to the Aztec right now. Just so they can kind of fight back a little bit better. What I can't do is go to war with the Hittites currently, just because of the deals we got going on, and they're really good deals. So for 16 turns, we're getting 67 gold for ivory. And then for 17 turns, we're getting 58 gold per turn for gems. So, I mean, we have every incentive not to go to war with the Hittites for now. And I was kind of using it as a buffer for me to get railroads built where there aren't any just yet, like to this city. That's going to be pretty key. But if the Aztec can hold out for that long, somehow, the Chinese are pretty much non-threat, but the Hittites, on the other hand. Also, it looks like the Sumerians are beginning to collapse under the Byzantines. Byzantines now have 2 cities. So, the only ones that aren't at war with anyone are the Greeks, the Japanese, and us. The other half of the world is still sorting out its issues. So we're just going to build this giant army of tanks that hopefully, if and when we get to that point, that is a lot of pollution. That's like, what, 4 freaking tiles? Damn. Wow. I still have some cities pumping out some workers. If the pollution's this bad, we're gonna need more. We're gonna build up this city, we're gonna build up this city. So for now, we just have a lot of infrastructure stuff to do. So, don't normally do this, but I'll tell you what. Rite of passage. Now they're polite. Now they like us. If they survive, this will be very important later. We can probably get them to declare war on the Hittites, regardless, at this point. Between the Hittites already being at war with them and us helping them out. They just have to survive. I do have a couple of access points. Let's see. That one's going to be untouchable for now. We could take that one, that one, that one, that one, and then depending on how roads are and everything over there. Yeah, it's a little bit doable. So they still gotta waste turns to get to me. Don't get me wrong, they could still strike me, but they are nowhere near being able to throw the entire might of their country at me. Getting close. They are getting close. And then Japan here with absolutely no coal. That city's probably looking really good to them right now. biggest downside is they just don't have railroads. Yeah, I didn't think so, but if I could. It's like, hey, you know the city you're probably going to end up losing anyway? Give it to me. We'll do that, just because I want them to live, for now. Just for now. I need them to be a distraction later. Let's see. Just waiting for this volcano to blow. There's a chance we lose this. So, you know what? We're just gonna... If it's lost, it's lost. I didn't build it. so it's pretty much just me, the Hittites, Byzantines, and the Aztec. Everyone else is non-consequential. Damn. Alright, I'm just gonna take the next two. Station. What a bit of corruption. I like how some of the Korean cities aren't that bad in corruption just yet. You know what? Let's go do the hospital. Still haven't erupted yet. question is, exactly how big is his military? He has a lot of archaic, which means he's paying support on all that. So... Well, at current rate, it should be pretty close to almost halfways if it's just his single infantry moving up. Just the one infantry. Oops. Helps to actually click on the right one. This one out, and I think this should be good. So much work, so little time. Why would you do that? The Hittites are just gonna capture a bunch of those workers. If this was domination, we probably would have already won. We've been pretty close to it. Like as soon as everything popped. Courthouse first. Yeah, that'll help. Just got lots of, well, irrigation to do. We're in it for the long haul. Alright, so we're definitely going to need a police station here afterwards. All that time it's only been like 2-3 turns. Seven. 91. Aztecs and Samaria have signed a peace treaty. Okay. I forgot they were even at war. At least we're bringing in like 337 pieces of gold every turn. Aqueduct. Okay, we didn't lose anything. The city still stands. That one will be connected here soon. Alright, so just split them up like that. And that jungle is wiped out. Not sure where that guy's going. If it doesn't start cutting over soon, I'm going to be a little concerned. Japan might be trying to do something stupid. Just gonna have that one waiting on standby. And as soon as we get modern armor, we will have a couple of armies ready to send out. How many are we at? 63. $94. I'll talk about doom stacks. I'll probably do a couple more turns of prep and then call it there, because the Hittite campaign is going to be perhaps a long and arduous one. I don't expect super large amount of resistance, other than just the large unit stacks that they already have, but it looks like the majority of them are somewhat archaic, so it also means they're paying a substantial amount of support on obsolete units. And a pretty big gap. Not doing too bad on culture either. Seven rivals alive. Hittites are behind by a substantial amount score-wise. Hittites now have the entire culture for civilization, while Byzantines still have the city. Not by much. I think we actually get a little bit of culture from the Manhattan Project. We get 2 culture per turn for the culture. There's also the SETI program, which doubles scientific research in the city it's built. And then we get like longevity and cure for cancer. Longevity will give us a substantial population boost. All longevity, cure for cancer just makes one person happy. On that, you have United Nations, which gives 4. So it gives 3. Cure for cancer gives 3. Internet gives 4. And cure for cancer gives 3. I guess it's about all that's left for the wonders. Wow, missile defense actually gives 1 culture. Pentagon gives 1 culture. Military Academy gives 1 culture. Ironworks will give 2. The Apollo program, 2. Wall Street gives 2. Synthetic fibers is going to take 8. I wish I could afford that. The best we can do is 6. You know what, I'll go for 40% for like a couple of turns, and then I'll probably up it, save, and then I'll call it there. Oh, nice and set up. Oh wow. So all we needed was we still had the courthouse and police station and all that. Wow. Courthouse, police station. Turns before the next population. 14 for a bank. Yeah, I think we can get that out before we need the hospital. Acts as a trade network. 1, 2. It's 3, 4. So much desert. It's so much jungle. It's a little weird. Usually it's either super wet or super dry. Bit of both this time around. So far, it seems like the Aztec are holding out. Guess we'll go for a hospital. So we should be able to grow a little bit more, looks like. One, two, 3, 4, 5, 6. Right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Alright, so by the time they reach these cities and attack, it should be about time when we can go to war with them. So it's about 10, 11 turns. Not the worst in the world if the Aztec lose those 2 cities. Maybe we can just reclaim them, and hopefully they'll have expended at least some of their expeditionary forces to do so. Getting pretty well stacked now. 102 in this city alone. We're starting to build up stacks everywhere else too. Two. defeating this city. Aluminum should boost this city right here a little bit. Alright, so we get that. I don't know why they irrigated so much here. They did. can't decide what they want to do. Got a granary. Nice. And police. Yeah, we haven't really gone for jet fighters just yet. It won't really be necessary. It'll be nice to get some free vision though. In fact, let's see. So we can bomb all the way out here, if we so choose. We get quite a bit of range. Now, if we were America, we would have the best fighter jets. Unfortunately, that's like the only thing you get for unique units. Start improving those mountain ranges, I guess. Actually, that's not even within range, is it? Alright, I think this will probably be the last turn before I call it. And we'll come back, finish up. Probably end up going to war with the Hittites here. So I have a while to go. About 11, 12 turns. And we're getting really good deals from them too. But since we're going for, I think it's Conquest instead of domination. Eliminate 7 rivals. So, take out the Hittite, and then, I don't know, Aztec, Byzantine, eventually. Sumerians are falling to the Byzantines right now. China is basically just longbowmen, some cavalry from the Japanese, and then at some point we just got to build, I don't know, maybe like 3 land and take over this island, and then we're all done. We're going for synthetic fibers just so we can get a modern armor, best attack unit in the game. We can move 3 squares or attack 3 times. Have everything that we need. We really don't need this, so I think what we're going to do is set for that. And then we'll go for that, so we can get in 5 turns. I just want to build up our treasury so we have enough gold that we should be able to upgrade all, if not a good chunk of our tanks, just so we can go right into it. I don't know what they're doing over here, but they gotta be slaving away for something. What are you doing, Greece? Horseback literature, code of laws. Why are you furious with me? I haven't done shit to you. If anything, I sold you some tech a while ago. Yeah, we're starting to get a really big doom stack. I got a couple that we're working on right now. 107 in this one city alone. That one's only like 13. 47. 82. And then we still have some stuff over here. A couple of stacks over here, a couple of small stacks over here, but they got some stacks themselves, so. And now I'm just about got a good chunk of this railroaded up, so we should be able to get units all the way up there as soon as we need it. These will take a little bit longer. And with the Hittites at war with the Aztec right now, and the Aztec... Wow. Wow. I was not paying attention to this. The Aztec just took over what was mostly left to China. China's probably only alive because of like one city now. China's like barely alive. And because I don't have a port, I can't sell them anything. Now, to be fair, all China really had to work with was just longbowmen. That was the best unit that they had. And then we sold some stuff to, we actually sold quite a bit to the Aztec. Because they're not strong enough to be a threat to us, just to others. So. Byzantines are slowly chipping away at the Sumerians. Speaking of, how many turns have I have to be at war with them? Oh, only about like 2 or 3. I honestly don't care if the Sumerians get taken out. In particular, the Chinese, I wasn't really doing any dealings with them. But the Byzantines are buying stuff for me, and the Aztec are buying stuff for me currently. And I got a really good deal with the Hittites, so I'm just going to wait until that ends, because they probably aren't going to renew that anyway. So I'm getting really, really good deals with them right now, so that's the biggest reason why I'm holding off. 67 gold per turn from ivory, 58 gold per turn for gems. In the meantime, we're just going to use those fundings for getting to synthetic fiber and building up as much of our treasury as we can to buy as many upgrades as possible. In the meantime, we're just going to keep building doom stacks. But with how slow some of these turns are going, just because of how many units are on the field, along with worker moves and stuff like that, just in case it becomes a bit longer, more arduous war. They have fairly large stacks, but they are mostly archaic units as far as I can tell, so it should be relatively fast if I get my units built up the way they need to be. You know what? Put you on clearing out the wetlands. It's kind of weird because there's like quite a bit desert and a lot of jungle. We've actually done quite a bit of war. Lots of war, lots of conquest. But we gotta take these times when it's a bit lull and get things built back up. But I can honestly say, I'm pretty sure we have 50% of the world, if not more. Gonna have him return, upgrade him to transport, and that'll give us 2 transports. I probably need like 3 at max for Greece. They are massively behind. I got dealt a bad hand. Hittites and Byzantines have signed a military alliance against Samaria. Okay. So, Samaria is probably going to die. Hittites seem to be going to war with quite a few people. Although they seem to have some stacks that they're not quite sure what they want to do with them. Gone up and down my territory. Haven't gone far enough to attack the Aztec cities to the north, but haven't fully pulled them out of my lands either. A little odd. At least for now, it looks like they're dead set on taking out Samaria. So, I don't have any dealings with Samaria. Unfortunately, Korea was taken out before K-pop could ever be invented. But I needed the land. I needed the security for the big war to come. building a police station. I'm trying to cut down on some corruption. Not because I particularly need the production from there, but the money would be nice. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, we'll take that one. Although Sam will give us a defense of 4 for air defense. As far as I know, Hittites still don't have flight, so I don't have to worry about that just yet. But I should check on them. It's been a while since I've looked at their tech. Factory, maybe? You know what? I'll go for a commercial dock. Oh. Maybe. He may have just went into the next era. He did. Doesn't have rocketry. Okay, I was just checking the Byzantines in as well. Yeah, they're also. Alright. So they're holding, and they were on the attack. I might have to get involved sooner than I would like. If I do, it's gonna have to be all in. Oh, I guess that one's already done. No, it's not. Okay, now it's clear. I thought that was railroaded. Just keep an eye for now. Alright, so if they actually take these two cities, I will probably declare war on the Hittites and just go for it before they start getting too far into the modern tech tree. The Byzantines, even if they do, they're so small that we should be able to easily overpower them by the time we get there. We should have plenty of production behind us. By that, if we can expand out a little bit more, then I can rush in a couple of workers, build some roads, and then we should be able to directly attack even with our older model tanks if we get into synthetic fibers before we have to make a move. one worker. Keep building your stats. Getting another army. Okay, great. So we have 2 armies in reserve. We're going to just keep them there, possibly 3. And we're going to hold off until we can get the synthetic fibers fully researched. Why have an army of tanks when you have an army of modern armor? Since we're so close. There. I just have a bunch of the worker units on auto right now. Either auto cleanup or clearing out the wetlands and rainforest. All in the interest of saving a bit of time. So many things to move. Wine, sure, we'll take that deal. The Japanese are finally starting to leave my territory. They were trying to go in so deep to kill the Zulu, and they're just now starting to leave. Yep, still walking around with samurai. You can just hear them occasionally. They really wanted to kill the Zulu. That's all I can say. They really wanted them dead. Okay, so that'll expand to about 10. Yep. I mean, to be fair, for a while there you can get by with samurai just fine. Still got the movement of 2, you only need iron. You got an attack defense of 4, so your samurai stronger than this pikeman. And just as strong as the knights attacking. Just gonna keep building up these stacks. Just in case something stupid happens. The AI does weird stuff sometimes. Like the French deciding, we're going to declare war on you by attacking you out of nowhere. And only with a single horseman. Because reasons. I was literally just standing there, it's like, we were friends, you helped me against the Spanish. You were supposed to be the chosen one, the one that I leave last. But I guess I didn't want to. Get a little bit more growth in there. Looks like most things are already covered. Probably going to be at least, what, 6-8 turns before they can get rocketry or something. They might be going for mech infantry even. That'd be a bit annoying to deal with. They're probably going for rocketry because the Till infantry I don't think really needs much. Nope, requires nothing. Sure. You know what? For the money, I will sell you saltpeter. still using galleons. I know they have destroyers out there. You know what? We'll build that, and then we'll actually build a police station here as well. We need gold. The more gold, the better. Oh yeah, he did my job for me. Galleons. Where did I leave that transport? Oh, here we are. We'll actually move it up. Here. Okay, 3 turns. 9 more turns before ironworks. I think we're also still waiting on the Forbidden Palace as well. Two more turns. Soon I can start throwing all these guys towards just cutting this down. Over here. So that's our biggest stat. Musketmen, 1 rifleman, 2 spearmen. I mean, it looks scary at first, but if you actually examine them, they're not that bad. Not really. This is probably the scariest one, but even then. Interesting. quite a bit of gold there. I'll see if she's interested in doing a military alliance against the Hittites, just to probe, if nothing else. That or perhaps a mutual protection pact, which she'll probably take since she's already at war with someone. Looks like she may have taken another city. It's not terribly bad. Let's go for a bank instead then. That's with the police station too? I guess we go for factory then. Up to production level, and then go for bank for the money. Before I get too far into this. Byzantines. Interesting. I suppose that would be one way to do it. Set up a mutual protection pact with her. Maybe the Japanese, just for good measure. And then go make one with the Aztec. So that way they're not... Technically I'd be coming in as a defender. Rather than an aggressor. It will put us at war with Sumeria, but that's fine. They may not exist for very long. They just lost a city there. I thought they had this city, but I guess not. if I really wanted a world map of everyone, maybe. But I think this is enough information to go off of. Just rolled your first settlement Mecca. That's good. The thing is that all the civs are good. It's just a matter of whether or not the map is going to allow them to do what they want to do. One food, one gold, 2 shield. So depending what you're going for, if you cut it, I guess I'm trying to remember what. So Arab, right? So Arabia would be expansionist and religious. So expansionists start the game with a scout. You should be able to get more passive barbarians. So my general philosophy with expansionists, when you can, is build either go for a barracks like immediately, or start spinning out as many scouts as you can, and you can just put them on the auto explorer if you want, or you can move them manually and hit as many of the goody huts if you're playing with barbarians as you can. Sometimes you'll pop cities as long as you don't have a settler already on the field or being built, or you'll get some free techs. I mean, you're expansionist, and so you got scouts, so you may as well make use of that. And then the religious aspect, you'll be able to build temples faster, along with the cathedrals. And the most important thing, you'll be able to change out of civics and governments much, much faster. It takes 1 turn. One of the things that you can do to get a golden age, if you can control it a little bit, is to either get a victory with your unique unit, or certain wonders. Like for you, I think like the Oracle or Temple of Artemis might trigger it. Not sure about expansionists though. I always forget which wonders affect them the most. But wonders do not always guarantee, but they have a chance of popping a golden age for you. It's not such a big deal with the religious civs, but generally if you're going through a golden age, it's best not to change government type. Thing about force, if it's on planes, sometimes you want to keep them so you can kind of act like you're getting a mine off of it. Or you can chop it down when you're building structures, or if you need a really rush unit for whatever the reason is. Means you'll get like 10 shield towards the production. But I think it takes 3 turns normally to chop down woods. So if you have a river running through it, that right there is a free aqueduct. You don't have to build one. Your city will be able to reach a maximum population of 12. I would make sure it doesn't get there too quickly, unless you can get some luxuries, or you're fine with spending a little bit of your funds on entertainment, because otherwise you're going to start getting civil disorders. And the way you can prevent them is if you look here. So civil disorder will happen if you have more unhappy laborers than you have happy. It's kind of hard to show up with this one, but unfortunately I have some like luxuries and stuff. I'm not going to have too many like unhappy people. And, like, I kind of stopped building entertainment buildings after a while. The only one I really build it now is temples, which give one content or happy phase. Like here I have unhappy, content, and happy. And then you'll have like your specialists over here. You want to try and avoid using entertainers as much as possible, so you can maximize how much you're actually getting out of your labor force. If you need to, you can always sacrifice some people to get something done a bit faster. And especially since you're expansionist, what you could probably do is start going for a granary early on, and you can probably pump out settlers and workers a little bit faster. If you want to get a road done, since you're not industrious, it'll take about 3 workers to build a road in 1 turn. Those 3 workers will then take 2 turns to build a mine, and I think it's also 2 turns for the irrigation until you get to replaceable parts, which will be about midway through the industrial era. Yeah, I guess I am at war with them now. Kind of forgot that I am. They've been such a non-threat, I kind of forgot that we were even at war. Kind of sad. It's such a small force, too. I'm actually going to place a couple of these guys over here. Alright, that's probably close enough, and I can connect that real quick. Back over here and improve. Yeah, we'll take that offer. You know what, let's go and make that deal now. I was considering making a mutual protection pact with him to force us into war, but I would lose a city. And why lose a city if you don't have to? Build on hill, that's usually pretty good. You won't really be able to make full use of it until after you get out of despotism, but if you can get it in an X of one of your cities, it should be pretty set. As soon as I get the chance, I'll show you what it can look like after you get all the improvements. Urban pallet's finally done. Alright, so the hospital then factory. That'll give us at least one other fairly good city to build from. You know what? Actually, do you even have a factory? Modern armor. Alright, I think we're just about ready. One thing I might do is, depending on how many I can get upgraded, I might just wait just one turn. Then we can get this thing started. Little stock exchange. Need more gold. So many pop-ups, and I have to go through each of these too. Okay. So, gold on hill. Once you get it built up, you can get 4 shields, it only provides 1 food, and you get 5 gold. And then the only other thing you want to make sure you can do is try and keep the corruption down as much as you can, because that'll usually take away a bit from your commerce. And then, like all this right here in the red is expenses. So this is everything I have to pay for all these buildings for upkeep. Which is also why it's not always the best idea to build everything in a city, especially if it's never going to get like past the size of 3 or something like that. It's like this one, I could build it up. I'm just going to use this as my worker farm. And I got a couple other cities that are doing that kind of as well. But another one that's pretty good to get is gems. One, it's a luxury, and you get the same benefit. You get 5 gold a turn. But they only pop in mountains, so you don't get the 1 food. So it's a slight step back, but not terribly so. And there are some because I've seen some maps where there's like 4 or 5 hills with gold all clumped around. You get one of those, just build there and make sure you can get as much grassland or whatever, and even if it's not the greatest at anything else, that's your moneymaker. Alright. So we're going to wake these armies. Scariest armies you'll ever see. Like, actually. Oh, I even have another army to set up. Cal is exceptionally good to have. Whenever you get Cal, just mine it. Because you're already getting so much food from it, especially in despotism, you're not going to be able to make use of any more food from it. If you need to change it later because you're like in you've got tons of hills and mountains, you can, but do that after you're out of despotism. May as well make use of that extra shield worth of production. And since you're religious, you can change whenever you want. So you don't have a whole lot of units, you could, in theory, go to democracy. As soon as someone declares war on you, as long as you can survive for like 1 turn, you can change over to like fascism or something. If you really wanted to, you could make religious, any religious civ exceptionally strong that way. I guess I do need to road that. Yeah, that's connected. We'll connect the other one, and then we'll go back and improve. I doubt I'm going to be able to afford to upgrade all of my tanks, especially the ones sitting outside the cities, but we'll see. Yeah, move a worker over to it, place a mine, hotkey is M, or you can just use the worker button, and then road it. You want roads everywhere within the X, especially tiles that are being worked whenever possible, so you can get at least 1 gold from it. If there's like a bonus resource or something, sometimes you can get more. And then if you've got barbarians on, especially like on ruthless or whatever the maximum is. I always forget what it's called. You want to make sure your workers are never too far away outside your vision, just in case there's a barbarian horseman, because they will snipe your workers. And especially if you have a stack of them, there's nothing worse than like losing like 2-3 workers like in one turn when you're so early on. It's like, well, now I gotta go build more, and that takes one pop. Yeah, it all takes time. Just like anything else, like if we're going to go into RTS, it's all about learning the build orders and stuff. And even then, it's somewhat situational. I generally cut down the forest before I build a road through it. But sometimes if I'm holding off because I already have all the buildings built and I'm going to hold off like to try and rush a factory without buying it or anything like that because I got forests around, I'll build roads on them so I can come back later and just chop them down in like one turn. Let's see, where do I want to go? I guess here. I didn't build that. Most things, if you make a mistake, you can usually go back and either fix it, or it might come in handy later. Who knows? Not necessarily the end of the world, unless you're playing like Civ difficulty, in which case you gotta be pretty much playing flawlessly. Because everything's against you on that. It's like here, before I placed the mine, we were only getting 4 food, no shields. So whenever you have a bonus like this where it's like either deer or cow, just generally mine it. On the plains, what you'll be looking for, other than these wheat stacks, are these sugar. Whenever you see these, just go ahead and mine them. You'll get 2 shield. And when you see river, you can go and irrigate it, even in despotism. But irrigating anything that's like grassland doesn't really help you until you get out of despotism. And like for you, early on, the only 2 civs are the only 2 that you really have starting out. It's either Republic or Monarchy. If you go for Monarchy, even if it's just for the wonder, you get the Hanging Garden. Makes 3 unhappy faces content in its city and 1 unhappy citizen content in all friendly cities, and does not become obsolete until steam power. Another civ that's not too bad for government is feudalism. If you want to keep the enslavement part, and you have tons of small towns. But if you, especially if you're going to build them up to size 12, or as close to size 12 as you can, and I'd say like you have like 5-6 of these cities, then probably start going towards Monarchy. Republic will also work as well. Republic's good for making tons and tons of money, but you're going to be paying a little bit more per troop. The biggest thing that you get from Monarchy is a little bit less war weariness. So if you're at war for too long, your citizens will become unhappy and stop working. If you try and draft too much, they will start resisting the draft and be unhappy as well. And if you click on them, it'll tell you the reason why they're unhappy. And like for most of the cases, it'll be that it's too crowded. But for drafting, they'll go, hell no, we won't go. I need 4,000. Not too far away. In fact, you know what? For this turn alone, yep, everyone becomes unhappy. Usually they're not too upset if you sacrifice a couple of them to produce a building or something like that. Just don't do it too often, and you'll be fine. Just casually just showing off. Look at my new toys! Cows will become one of your favorite things to see on the map. And it's funny because some maps have plenty of resources and stuff, others not so much. The rampaging Aztec have destroyed the Chinese. So, China's dead. Yep, sounds like almost the perfect start. The only thing that can make it better is there's like iron like right there and maybe horses. And even if there isn't something there immediately, there could be like aluminum or something later on. Let's see. Hospital. Okay, at least I don't have to worry about the Aztec biting the dust anytime soon. They seem to be holding their own. I don't remember seeing them make a peace deal or anything like that, so we shall see. Okay, I should be able to afford all the upgrades now. the most devastating thing to see. You'd be surprised how much RNG goes into some of the maps sometimes. I once had a map that, even as huge, only had 4 instances of iron. It had like 10 coal, but only like 4 iron on the entire map. It was weird. Our power projections can go through the roof. Alright. So... Oh, are they not at war? I thought they were. Yeah, that means they'd still need motorized transportation before tanks, so... Doesn't want to pay 2 gold. It has been like, what, 10-15 turns, and each of these are pretty long, so make sure we don't lose it in case OBS or something goes on the fritz again. Alright, so all we're going to do is just go ahead and skip. So if I were to go to war now, all the tanks I just upgraded, I can't move. It takes 1 full turn. The only other thing I can do now is maybe convince the Japanese to sign a mutual protection pact with me. And no, that's fine. Oh, well, I guess that's out of the question now. Or is it? If I get them to sign with me, get them to declare a war, their troops are already in my lands. They have to declare a war on the Hittites. I might still be able to manipulate this. Oh. I might destroy some roads, but I got everything connected that I need to from other ends, so it's not nearly as big a deal for Samaria. Now, the caveat is I have to do as much damage to the Hittites as possible because I won't be able to pull this off again. But if there's no one left to tell the tale, well, then I think we're all set. Aztecs declare war on the Sumerians. Hey, Japan, you want a mutual protection pact? What if I give you this great thing called coal? And the ability to build factories. How about electricity? How about just electricity? And, you give me like 7 gold for this? No? Okay. World map? No? Okay. Hey, Hittites. Move your forces or declare war. Okay, so he does fear us. That's fine. I just gotta wait 1 turn for him to move back on, and then we can trigger it. In the meantime. I was hoping it'd be dumb enough. Yeah, let's go to war right now. But it's fine. He just has to step onto my lands, and I just have to declare war on him. That's all we have to do. And also, because they're just gonna get moved over here to the jungle, so. We betrayed our friends, the Egyptians. Well, I mean, so did we. He doesn't have aluminum. What is required for bombers and stuff? I always forget. I normally have everything that I need, so just oil for that. Okay. Infantry is just rubber. Maybe it's just like missiles and stuff. So at some point, maybe I just missed the notification. The Aztec made friends with the Hittites because it was the Hittites and the Chinese were at war with the Aztec. And then I guess they made friends at some point. Let's need to put this back up to where we had it. Guess that'll take us towards space flight. Then we need... Oh, we don't need anything else. We just need satellites. Then we can have the glorious ICBMs. Because when you have this much offensive power, who needs defense, really? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 remain. And looks like it's about time for me to go hit the hay. So I'll go ahead and finish up this turn, wait for them to move on to my land, save there, and then we'll start our Hell's March across Hittite lands, preferably with allies. If this goes wrong, then we'll also be taking on the Japanese. Worst case scenario. But we will have the Byzantines and the Aztecs backing us. That much is guaranteed. I just can't be on Hittite lands when I end the turn. And there's a couple of Japanese troops throughout, so yeah. Plus, if they modernize a bit, they can't have that much in the way of defense. Make it easier to conquer them later. As they should be pretty far behind the curve. Yeah, so I did get rid of them. Oops. No, hold on. It needs to come back. That's one thing I also have to make sure I do, is none of my guys are over that line. Otherwise I won't be able to get their alliance to be broken up. Alpha general principle, I usually don't trust the AI when they want to do a mutual protection pact. It generally means that they're about to do something stupid. They'll get you to sign it and then go declare war on like the strongest power. Yep, with railroad you have basically unlimited movement as long as you're on the road. It is by far one of the most overpowered mechanics in the entire game. If you have a large enough workforce as you're conquering and you just keep building roads, and you have the production power to keep producing units like crazy, there's almost very few wars you should be losing. You just gotta play diplomacy a little bit. At the very least, just to keep everyone else out. Should be winning the majority of the fights against infantry from now on. With the exception of maybe attacking in the cities, I think they get certain bonuses, especially they built the civil defense. You know, I think we moved everything we need to, so... You're gonna demand something of me? Really? Let's wait for everything to get produced. Oh, I guess we need a hospital first. Oh boy, I finally got control. Alright. So we're just gonna go ahead and save it here. We'll start the turn fresh, starting tomorrow. Or not tomorrow, next Thursday. Wish I could stream tomorrow, but I'll probably be too tired from work. And then we can do this entire saga against the Hittites. Maybe it'll be long, maybe it'll be short, I have no idea. But if it is short, we're just going to go and conquer everyone else, including the Greeks, eventually. With these units, I should only need like 2 transports. They shouldn't have hardly anything. Really, for naval defense. So... Just by this point, turns start taking a really long time. If you're having problems in any of your games with it taking super long, you can always go into preferences and turn off these animate moves. Save you some time. Things are going to be going super fast, and you can speed them up a little bit faster depending on your computer if you hold down Shift. And just avoid doing like right clicks or anything like that while you're seeing the automatic moves. Sometimes it'll cause the game to freeze up a little bit. It's an old game, so it's got some quirks, but still good. But we're definitely going to call it there. So, should be back next Wednesday. Let's see if start October by then, or yep. So, well, it'll probably be one of two things. Either I will continue on with Fallout London if I can get it to work a little bit better. I'm going to see what was going on with that weird glitching. And if not, I'm going to make sure I look at the title for this. Do the Bureau XCOM Declassified. So long as you're not super into the XCOM lore and just treat it as a normal cover shooter game, it's really good. I'm not going to say it's going to be the best cover shooter I've ever played, but it's certainly fun. It's got the XCOM twist to everything. Just don't read too much into the story as far as where it fits with the rest of the XCOM lore and all that, and you're probably going to be fine. From what I hear, that's usually the biggest problem that people have with the game. But pretty cool cover shooter. I played through the original game. I played through the DLC expansion campaign along with it, and depending on how timing goes, I might end up doing both. I might have to familiarize myself with the controls a bit and how things move on sensitivity and all that. And I might try and do it on a harder difficulty. I think I did on normal last time. I'll have to review some VODs and see. And then we will revisit Civ 3 on Thursday. I try and start my streams around 9:30-ish, between 9:30 and 10 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. If you can't catch any of the streams or anything, I try and archive everything. I'm running a bit behind, but I'm hoping to get caught up hopefully soon. It takes a while to get everything edited the way I do. I leave mostly everything the same, except I'll cut out and just focus on the game, and I'll have the cam, and that's usually about it. I'll also cut out the intermissions if there are any. So you can just stay on watching the stream as it was without having to watch the 5, 10, 15-minute breaks in between for the bathroom or whatever. But with all that being said, stay healthy, stay frosty. Until next time, see ya.